We're actually here to conduct some research. Even death is a logical system, full of rules made to be broken. An unflattering but not unfair comparison. Are they retreating? Now I've seen it all. Let's have a look in that cave, up there on the cliff. That was a very elaborate plan, and I'm glad we put an end to it. Just to be clear, you think this is a good idea? I believe Zoreps are misunderstood by civilized society, and they pay a terrible price for it. Should we find any, let us observe them rather than draw first blood. Remember, they won't attack us. That is, unless you give them a reason. No one believed me when I said our farms were in trouble. Now look, waste of good food if you ask me. The insects will get to it first. Why not sacrifice a goat while you're at it? I never thought an ogre would kill using a knife to the back. Seems out of character. The journal mentioned a Captain Asierno. Perhaps they'd be interested. Something reeks about this. We should tell Captain Asierno. I had no idea she was even sick. I hope it's not the dream scourge. What are we waiting for? I have some aggression to unleash. Excuse me? She isn't wrong, but she's also inventing problems that have natural solutions. What? No, I'm not all right. How many times do I have to tell you? Animancy requires consent. Shut up, you ignorant ass. People like you are the reason people like me are burned at the stake. Don't worry. The machine is bullshit. She couldn't invent her way out of a burlap sack. Have you ever tried this again? What I do to you will make the gods turn away in shame. Am I understood? Am I understood? The envoy has been very patient, but you won't find me as forgiving. I'm sorry you had to see that. Well, thank you. From now on, let's try and avoid anyone selling the solutions to our problems. It can only get us in trouble. You have nothing to worry about. That invention isn't even worth its weight in copper. I couldn't agree more. There won't be a next time, but I'll take it under advisement. Don't get her started. What? Give me one reason why I shouldn't tear your soul apart. Maybe your lobotomized soldiers fall for that rhetoric. But we don't. You're in no position to offer us terms of any sort. I call dibs on her beating heart. I make no promises for your survival. This was an unprovoked attack. Don't talk to us as if there are rules to it all of a sudden. We know the ecosystem is wrong, to put it mildly. What we haven't seen is how the affliction progresses over time. Not getting into too much trouble, I hope. Sometimes, the best thing an animancer can do is give up. Not me, of course. Don't ruminate too hard. Also, be sure to take your morning walk and use the handrails. Don't give me too much credit. I'm getting pretty cynical in my old age. Sorry I couldn't help you evacuate. We were preoccupied in the ruins. There's nothing you could have done. Besides, the living are more important than the dead. You're not going to lose me, old man. Not even banishment can keep me away. At least now we can prepare. You faced oppression before and lived to tell of it. I'll give the steel garrote something to fear. Indeed, a funeral pyre worthy of legend. Let's not kid ourselves. It wasn't a lab anymore. It was a tomb. Are you going to be all right? Then I will teach her if I must. Yes, but it's you I'm worried about. There will be peace again. Somehow. Don't be a stranger. I'm still your apprentice after all. Likewise. How's your mother? I don't visit enough. You know what to do. Honey and lemon in her tea. Any chance my friends and I could snoop around the border? I promise not to cause you any trouble. Give my best to your mother. Gods, what happened here? You do the talking. I don't trust myself right now. You didn't. I didn't think it was possible to hate someone this much. Word travels fast. Let's make this a battle to remember. Bring us her severed head and I'll consider it. I am not. You irredeemable fucking swine. You lost the fight for Emerald Stair, and now you ask for peace? Don't make me laugh. We have nothing in common with the likes of her or you. What right do you have to cast judgment on us? My home, which you have no right to condemn. I fight for my home because I cherish it, you shit-eating worm. Because I want us to survive. So that's it? We're just letting her walk away? Normally I don't have a taste for blood, but I'm feeling very uncivilized at the moment. Care to join me? No, but it'll make me feel a lot better. Fine, but I'm holding you to that. You've seen what happens when the steel garrote mess with Emerald Stair. I suggest you remember it. I don't want to see you again. Is that clear? As you wish. Leave wordplay to the chanters. And don't give up your day job. I hope you're not seriously considering this. Lies. We gave this land a bounty, the likes of which never existed before our arrival. I have a question. Why are we even discussing this? He wants you to sabotage the work of animancers who, may I remind you, are trying to stop this crisis. All the while, he's holding a knife to the throats of innocent civilians. We shouldn't be giving him the time of day, much less seriously considering such an asinine plan. Unbelievable. You just accept everything you're told at face value, is that it? Like a child? Must have been the work of that madman. Good riddance. Burning the candle at both ends, I see. I see no reason to give up. Your doubts serve a purpose. They test you for all the right reasons. You give the dead too much credit. They don't want or need anything, except rest. Get ready. If I know Rosanna, she's about to make us all feel guilty about something. As I've told you before, I say this with love, but stealing from the living to help the dead is beyond nonsensical. Utter nonsense. Maybe it made sense in the republics, where they had enough to go around. But not here. Not a great one, but a reputation nonetheless. There was talk of a secret meeting. I guess Verano couldn't pass up the opportunity. The trail should point us to the east, but I know not where. Eccentric, you say? Go on then. Elaborate. That's what I thought. Point taken. Captain? A moment of your time, if I may? Sorry to interrupt. We're here on important business. What have I been trying to tell everyone? Animancy created these farms, and it could have saved them. Maybe if we had caught it sooner, but no. Thanks to our governor, we never had a chance. You blame us for the problems we've been trying to solve. How can you be so short-sighted? We came here to escape control, to choose our own path, but no. She wants to throw away everything we built. You have no authority to make that judgment. All you have is fear and resentment. Don't you dare even think it. I know what it needs. To be humbled. To be taught a lesson it won't soon forget. Just like you. There was life once. But you gave up on it. We can't stand by and let this happen. We can't. Not for long, they aren't. Now you know how it feels, traitor. Clinging to a dream with both hands, only to feel it slipping from your grasp. You fool. Drunk on propaganda and fear-mongering. It isn't even worth explaining how wrong you are. What? You're not truly considering this. Just what do you think you're doing? Whose plan? Yours? Or theirs? On second thought, leave me out of it. I don't even want to know. Strange. And here I thought we were investigating the Dream Scourge, not stripping my people of their freedom. Perhaps I was mistaken about you. Not as animancers, though. Not as a community of free thinkers. Merely as vassals of your empire. Better get used to it quickly, then. The wilderness is going to eat you alive. Coward. This doesn't sound like any of the grave robbers I know. Not that I know any grave robbers. That was a very generous diversion. But we have work to do. I feel better about this already. Let me guess. You have no idea what you're doing, and you expect us to figure it out for you. I've seen him absent-minded before, but never like this. Maguccio? It's me, Giatta. Do you know where you are? Just try not to get yourself killed. At least until I've had a chance to study you. That's enough mysticism for one day. Let's get out of here, huh? Servants of Andra. They take bad memories into the deep, where they can be forgotten. Unless it is backed up by research, all mysticism is gibberish. I'm right here, you know. You mean the days when we all blindly followed you off a cliff? Ignacy, I'm sorry. Are you going to be all right? I'm not, but, you know, force of habit. Our families used to be close. We have history that's older than our disagreements. Our governor is very well-spoken for a man with his head up his ass. What? You'd do this for me? Really? I don't know. Not until my business with the envoy is concluded. And some things would have to change around here. Among other things, maybe if you had listened to me, we wouldn't be having this conversation. There were other reasons, but I do love a healthy disregard for authority. So you tolerate her eccentricities, but not mine. How is that fair? I hate to admit it, but he's right. There's nothing more troublesome than an angry ghost. So be it. Besides, we have other things to worry about. Why are you turning us away? Does she need help? Medicine? But Ignacy, better to seek acceptance than vengeance. Not that I follow my own advice, trust me. She doesn't know what's coming. Are you all right, old man? They didn't hurt you, did they? I'm afraid so. Even if we pooled our efforts, we're no match for the power bearing down on us. Thirdborn has its own problems. Paradise is more secure, but it would mean living under a Diran rule. I don't like our options, but that shouldn't stop us from committing to one. When did you grow a spine, Ignacy? The evidence is clear. The Living Lands is on the edge of an ecological disaster, both physically and spiritually. Now for the bad news. An undiscovered god rests in the heart of this island. Until we know more about its nature, we are powerless to stop it. You want me to do the talking? Very well. We may know the origin of the Dream Scourge. By following it back to the source, perhaps we can reverse the damage. Don't waste your apologies on me. This changes nothing between us. There's no other explanation for the spiritual shift in the Living Lands. Something that slept has awoken. Are you being serious right now? I believe there is still more to learn, but a disturbance on this scale could explain the changes to our ecosystem. I am officially putting a stop to this line of questioning. Keep it in the bedroom. Exploring the Living Lands with a friend. What more could I ask for? I can promise you a good brain, but it doesn't always come with good judgment. For what it's worth, I vouch for Yatsli. She's a good friend and a bad influence. Right now, we could use both. Indeed, and I appreciate your confidence. With a little luck, Animancy may help us yet. Make sure and give your customers a heavy pour. They've earned it. Excuse me? Please excuse my friend. He forgets himself. Please excuse my friend. She forgets herself. Please excuse my friend. They forget themselves. The Magpie is my second home. I would never disrespect your establishment. See what I mean? The Dream Scourge is everywhere. Well, there's a first time for everything. Hey, I had a lot on my mind. Start by giving them a wheel of cheese. They'll be up all night thinking of you, asking themselves, why cheese? Years from now, they'll never forget the one who gave them cheese. Works for me every time. Be seeing you, Hector. Perhaps it was nothing. A wandering merchant. Inquisitor Ludwine. Let us hope she was only passing through. Look at these crops! Look at your city! The Dream Scourge is laying waste to our home! How can you ignore what's right in front of you? The Dream Scourge is here, in the soil, and it's killing us. We are discussing it now! The land begs to differ, and I can prove it! Oh my goodness. Are you a godlike? In that case, you're right on time. Our farms are dying, and the politician here won't do anything about it. Charmed. Forgive me for staring. It's just, we don't see many of your kind anymore. Did you hear that, Ignacy? You should be taking notes. As you can see, I was just proving a point to our esteemed governor. Then there's no time to waste arguing with bureaucrats. Indeed. We were fighting the Dream Scourge before it even had a name. How dare you use that against me? While we argue among ourselves, the Dream Scourge is tearing the Living Lands apart. Tearing our people apart. Well, Governor, looks like I'm taking some time away from my duties. I'll trouble you no more. Now that's what I call a first impression. The Dream Scourge has twisted our lands, our wildlife, and now our farms. Ha! Emerald Stair used to be a lush garden for miles around. And now I don't even recognize it. I believe that we can restore the land, bring back its soul and its sanity, cut off the Dream Scourge at the root. Our governor would rather ignore the problem. He doesn't trust animancy as his father did. My reputation precedes me. Before we can deal with the Dream Scourge, we first need to understand it. Unfortunately, new experiments have to go through him. I'm sure he didn't come all this way just to challenge your authority. I'm sure she didn't come all this way just to challenge your authority. I'm sure they didn't come all this way just to challenge your authority. And you still do nothing. Reckless is all we have time for. Then we'd better do it somewhere else. Really? Unexpected from an Adiran. But how could I refuse an offer like that? If I don't have your trust, I am determined to earn it. It's nothing. Our governor is backed into a corner and lashing out. I almost respect him for it. Buy me a drink sometime, and I'll tell you all about my family's basement. I thought you'd never ask. I wasn't asking. We should talk somewhere private. Meet me at my house, due east, by the workshop. Under the circumstances, I don't have much of a choice. What? It's a bit too soon to tell. Don't bother, old man. He isn't his father. I've done all I can for Fior Mesiverno. But you haven't even tried. Now limp back to your giant house like a good dog. Everything I have proposed has been for Fior, and you still refuse to cooperate. Music to my ears, all of the above. I have a lot of forgetting to do. I doubt it. First came the invasive species, roots and mycelium growing overnight, as though nature itself had gone mad. We should talk somewhere private. Meet me at my house, due west, by the workshop. Her friend has it worse by the sound of it. The dream scourge knows no pity. This affliction has no happy endings, no miraculous recoveries. Just pain, and hopefully mercy. Animancy has no known treatment for the dream scourge. Maybe someday we can prevent it, but not cure it. Careful. We've got a dream thrall on our hands, and an unstable one at that. Looks like they're in the early stages. All the same, try not to make any sudden movements. One of the missing rangers, if I'm not mistaken. What a pity. I'm afraid he's gone. We couldn't save him. Oh, I have a pretty good idea what happened. Whatever happens to the rangers, well, it's just a matter of time before it happens to us. Passion is good for the soul, except when it gets you killed. Then it's very, very bad. I'm right here, you know. You say that like it's nothing. Between the harvest, the sinkholes, and some very angry trees, our little corner of the wilderness is in trouble. If you need some good news, we did manage to free old Felipe from his sinkhole. Quilici told you this would happen, but no one listened. Instead of a plan, we have a body count. There's no evidence that the dream scourge is contagious. It just takes you and never lets go. It was the dream scourge. There was nothing we could do about it. Let's not mince words here. A tree ate someone. It may be natural, but that doesn't make it normal. Thank you for the warning, but knowing us, we'll probably ignore it. He really doesn't, and I'm getting sick of it. Your work is too important to leave in a pit. The people have a right to know. You won't find animancy like this in the Valian republics. I've heard this lecture 100 times, and I never get tired of it. Even the brightest squirrel forgets where they buried their nuts. And Felipe was never very bright to begin with. Are you really asking for coin at a time like this? It's fine, Elia. Just keep your farmhands on a tight leash until we know more. Was the breadbasket of the living lands. Thank you, Elia. For what it's worth, I wish I was wrong. What's the matter? Did you get kicked out of the magpie again? A source of essence, perhaps. Nothing builds up their appetite like a fresh soul. I heard there was some bad blood between you, but this is taking it a little far. I think Elia has done more than enough to advance her work, but that is for her to decide. Better to keep it away from the undead altogether. They grow anxious in the presence of such things. I would hope not, but probably yes. Something's wrong. The Steel Garrotes have no business in Emerald Stair. We're not just going to look the other way, are we? I have a terrible feeling. We can't just walk away from this. And you taught them the error of their ways. Well done. If the Steel Garrotes want justice, this is what it looks like. A fate worse than death, perhaps. But fate nonetheless. As much as I want to rip his soul apart, maybe he's more useful to us alive. I say we give his body to Elia. Make him a revenant. Or worse. Violence is the language of the Steel Garrote. Nothing less will get through to them. That is, without a doubt, the worst justification for a war crime that I have ever heard. I fail to see how attacking my city helps the situation. Don't worry, we're harmless. Most of the time. Nothing will ever hatch from that old fossil. But maybe the symbolism is the point. I think that's a dragon egg. Not that I've ever seen one up close. Ruins within ruins. Whoever lived here is long gone. Relax, Marius. Don't fight it. Just breathe and open your mind. I smell a cult. Dead a long time. No obvious signs of violence. We can only hope. Why, I believe that's star metal. We should take it to a blacksmith. A fragment of the very stars. Perhaps one of the blacksmiths could make use of it. Another piece of star metal. Finding one is said to be good luck. Finding two is a blessing. Looks like star metal. Della would know what to do with this. Sounds like the dream scourge at work. Again. Let's hope it's not too late. Animancy is not a crime. We should not treat it as one. Animancers have suffered enough. Thank you. For the record, animancy used to be tolerated before your people showed up. Word of advice? Intolerance is never a flattering look, especially when I'm standing right here. Water is life. Lots of other things are also life, but water especially. The keep is on high alert. Good. At least they know how to plan for a crisis. It's not our fault you have a forgettable face. So, there is yet another path to the garden. I say we have a look around. Follow your divine instincts, and try not to draw unwanted attention. To Solace Keep, then, and not a moment too soon. The steel garrote are probably hot on our heels. Or we find ourselves at the bottom of a grave. Either way, it's a plan. If we get lost, we can ask the wardens for help. Solace Keep is pretty hard to miss. But how do we reach it? I'll follow your lead. That island. It must be the garden. I don't know what I expected, but it's beautiful. Even from afar. According to our map, we should look to that godless tower. Come, there's not a moment to waste. Crossing a sea of acid is not what I had in mind today. An alternate route would be best. We didn't come this far to give up now. Search the tower. There must be something of use. Solace Keep does not welcome outsiders. But, last I checked, it isn't against the law to ask for directions. To Solace Keep, then. Not a moment too soon. With any luck, we can outpace the steel garrote. Impressive. I'd say we're on the right track. How did the steel garrote get here before us? Ludwig is a sneaky one. That's the dream scourge talking. We should put them down. Give them a swift end. Not if I have anything to say about it. Ugh. I've had enough of the steel garrote for one lifetime, thank you. Please forgive my friend. These are confusing times. This heat is wreaking havoc with my equipment. I can compensate, but I'm less than happy about it. Marius, what's the matter? Talk to us. Are you certain this is what you want? Think about what you're doing. After what happened to Fior? I can't believe you want another settlement to burn. Why help my settlement only to condemn this one? It makes no sense. What a unique ecosystem. Under different circumstances, I would love to spend some quality time here. Much as I want to study the life forms around us, we shouldn't tarry. The consequences we've seen are not Sapadal's true nature, but the projections of their tormented mind. From her point of view, the answer is obvious. But consider what we know about Sapadal. Or, to be precise, what we don't know. Whatever we do will at least put an end to their imprisonment. Nothing should live in a cage. We are? I would hate to lose your god before we fully understand them, but it's hardly my choice to make. Hear that, you shambling old bag of bones? You decaying cesspit of nightmares? I don't believe your god could knowingly wield the Dream Scourge. Their mind is broken, with no capacity for malice. You talk too much. The dead should remain silent. Use whatever brain is left in your skull. Mortals have been here for centuries. It's only gotten worse since you arrived. Somehow I don't think your history is going to win us any favors. What right has she to judge us? Only the right she bestows on herself. We've thrown our lot in with a monster. At least I can take my anger out on someone. Whatever she tells you will serve her own ends. Don't listen. Just because we didn't chase your rats into the woodpile doesn't mean we don't have claws. I will make it my life's work, even if I have to take you down with me. Be prepared to answer for yourself. Nothing is beneath her notice. No. Finish your judgment and be done with us, corpse. At least there is one decent Adiran in the living lands. I wish I could say he isn't too far gone, but we both know better. So what's the plan? Because I don't love the way he's looking at us. Have you spoken to Kostya? Or maybe one of his agents? So what's the plan? Because I don't love the way she's looking at us. She's out of her mind with the Dream Scourge. Not that she was ever sane to begin with. Well, well, if it isn't Captain Alfir. Not so tough anymore, are you? We've both seen this before. This is the Dream Scourge at work. If he is truly a watcher, then it stands to reason his own victims would drive him mad. You claim to hear the dead? Only a few are blessed or cursed with such a talent. I don't believe he's addressing us. This looks like a personal object. I wonder if Marius would recognize it. It's all right, Marius. We're here with you. Stay with us. No need to rush this. We'll take it at your pace. One step at a time. Be careful, Marius. He isn't well. Whatever you have to say to each other, make it count. You have a good heart. I only wish you had more time to use it. Pain does that to us. Burrows deep inside, where we can't always feel it. But it's there. Charismatic leader, dogmatic beliefs. I've heard this story before, and it only has one ending. The Dream Scourge is laying waste to his memory, stripping him of his sanity, one layer at a time. Then find someone who can help us. We know the path is beneath the keep, and so do the Steel Garrote. They would have stormed the walls by now, but the Dream Scourge got them first. Have you looked outside recently? This plague is real, and it's even decimated the Steel Garrote. We're here to stop the Dream Scourge. Just passing through, in other words. That remains to be seen. Have you any idea where it could be? Could Kostya have told the Steel Garrote about another entrance to the garden? Sounds like the Dream Scourge at work. But to what end? Maybe none. We should hand over that list. Book theft is a serious matter. I cannot imagine a more terrible crime than peddling history to the highest bidder. Giving away the past as though it were your own. Now we're complicit in her crime. Gods help us all. Take it from me. No one should be that desperate to get their hands on a book. She's up to something. We already know what she intends to do with the book. Believe nothing she asks of you. Nothing she offers you can make up for the history. Lost and forgotten. We have all the evidence we need to implicate her. I say we use it. The ravings of madness. At least I hope it's madness. Not anymore, I'm afraid. You'll have to make do with what you have. All in a day's work. We didn't find a body. But I would caution you against taking that as a good sign. I knew I was supposed to remind you about something. Not anymore, they don't. Emphasis on had. What my friend is trying to tell you is that the caravan won't be here anytime soon. Or ever. We need to cure a sick ogre. Don't even ask. Whole thing's a bit of a mess. Let's hope we can reunite them. Damage control. He knows his colonizers are unpopular, and he's trying to ingratiate himself with the locals. We made a friend. Today is a good day. Careful how you talk to this one. It's got a captive. He's got a survivor from the caravan. Let's try and be polite. I wonder if that's the merchant Lorraine sent us to find. At least we aren't too late. Careful. I didn't really want to die today. I wonder how this will turn out. There's so much we don't know about the properties of otherworldly metals. Let's keep a safe distance. I wouldn't call it a habit. More of an occupation. We should lend a hand. Maybe earn a little trust with the locals. We met him in Emerald Stair, did we not? It would be a mistake to underestimate them. Ludwine's madness is second only to her cunning. That's how the Dream Scourge works. Insidious, aggressive, and always unexpected. Is that Kostya? Looks like our time here won't be wasted. We can talk about this later. We're getting some uncomfortable glances. Your reputation precedes you. The sooner you tell us what we need to know, the sooner we'll be gone. If you don't believe us, look at the ruins of Fior Messiverno. The Steel Garrote attacked Fior Messiverno unprovoked. Don't tell me there's no cause for concern. Not all of them. Let's have a word with Mihala. Poor Marius. At least I only had to deal with one politician. He's up against two. Strange. The phantasmal focus picked up something, but it's gone now. I wonder what scared these people into building such an imposing fortress. They seemed very surprised to see you, Marius. We have to get into the keep, before it's too late. Please step aside. I hate to drag Marius into this mess, but we're going to need him. Funny how the ones in power are never in the wrong. Really. If I'd known this about you when we met, I'd have made other arrangements. There is good in animancy, but you are willfully blind to it. Instead, you persecute others for what you failed to comprehend. Not for a lack of trying. You'd be giving up everything your people built here, Generations of history. Steady now. You've been through another episode. The phantasmal focus lit up like a cinder bomb. What an intriguing but unwelcome surprise. So, I take it the Burn Queen wants you to do her a favor? I've seen you like this before. What happened? What was it this time? Let me know when you feel an episode coming. You're not dying on my watch, understood? They call her the Strangler, the sharp claw of vengeance, the bane of animancers. I don't trust her, and neither should you. Let me guess, the gods don't want to get involved? Forget them. We have a god of our own. Sapadal isn't the one I'm worried about. In some ways, this island has bigger problems. Before we do anything we regret, let's consider our options. I've seen this before. Nature twisting itself to fight off intruders, corrupting the land and water. Even though the nature of Adra is metaphysical, a being of power could use it against us here, in the physical world. I do like an honest sort. I say we go, peacefully. Maybe even ask for help. That's one word for it, I suppose. We didn't know they were your friends. The topic never came up. What you just discovered is a technicality, a loophole, a way out. I suggest you take it. This area has a real problem with outlaws. Unless maybe the laws are the problem. Don't remind us. She has a real attitude problem. If banners mean so much to her, we can use that to our advantage. If we had her banners, we could use them as leverage against her. That's better than spilling blood. We can use her banners as leverage. Turn her pride against her. We may have given her no choice but to negotiate. Her people are gone. Her father has unfinished business. She'll be handling it on his behalf. We need some details first. Only a fool walks into a negotiation blind. It must be fun, passing judgment on others and suffering none of the consequences. Why else would you do it? Bide our time, he says. No freedoms are sacred to these people. After what your soldiers did to Fior Messiverno, I ought to rip the soul from your body. I wanted to see you for myself. The spider at the center of it all, hiding in his web. Enough of your lies. You are nothing more than a spider, hiding in the safety of your web. We have nothing more to say to each other. That's very kind of you. Aren't you going to introduce us? We have nothing to say to each other. Well, I took your advice and left Emerald Stair. Maybe for good this time? In truth, I've been better, but it's good to see you. Thank you for the offer, but we have work to do. Thank you for the offer, but I'll think about it, and a very cooperative one at that. Nice job patching up the envoy, by the way. Can't find a scar on him. Nice job patching up the envoy, by the way. Can't find a scar on her. Nice job patching up the envoy, by the way. Can't find a scar on them. Good thing, too. Once the campfire goes out, a warm body is much appreciated. You wouldn't want to be my colleague. I can be very competitive. Better to be my friend or my patient, or both. That's very kind. Incorrect, but kind. And believe me, I checked everywhere. Not bad. A little art to brighten up the camp. What have you got there? Some sort of puzzle piece? I'll wager those artifacts you found fit together somehow. Let's have a closer look at camp. Seems to be missing a few parts. Careful with that thing. We're not even sure what it does. And some of us have to sleep here. Fits like a glove. Do you feel that? Reminds me of a storm gathering power on the horizon. The steel garrote are monsters, serving at the pleasure of a hateful god. Good thinking. Why smuggle what you can harvest freely? Word of advice? A little encouragement goes a long way. He's doing well under the circumstances. I'm glad for him. Ignacy, how goes the resettlement? And how's Quilici? Pretty bad. Tell your burned queen to stay the fuck away from us. Pardon me, your grace. You can just tell he's going to do great things with his life. Never apologize for your art. Not to the likes of us, anyway. You have our condolences, Master Cartographer. The beauty of Emerald Stair hides the danger at its heart. The honor was ours. Some work is too important to be left undone. Easiest coin we ever made. My parents came here on a Valiant ship. I can attest to their durability, if nothing else. Any animancer will tell you that style is as important as functionality. If you thought the farmland was difficult, wait until you meet the goats. It takes a special kind of insanity to be a farmer in the living lands. I would know. Break a leg. There is no such thing as a waste of life. Keepers of the peace who know nothing of pacifism. This whole city is doomed. I thought it was romantic. Your likeness was unmistakable. Let's focus on you. There was a genuine yearning in your writing, as if your soul is missing something. You might find yourself grieving without knowing why, but it will pass. After a lifetime. Maybe two. As hard as it is to believe, the little creature means you no harm. You are the same. I could have told you that for free. Learn anything of interest. That raises a number of questions. We'll find no more answers here, I suspect. Unusual but inconclusive. Perhaps there is more to be found. Two species coming together. What do you think it means? There's a connection to the journal we found. I'm just not seeing it yet. We should seek answers elsewhere. Someone must know more. Consider my curiosity piqued. I recommend we look around some more. Poke around. In the name of research, of course. Oh, cute little thing, isn't it? Perhaps we should try and communicate. For research purposes. Good thinking. Sometimes the best we can do for nature is to let it be. I hate to see what the dream scourge does to nature. Much less people. How long must the living land suffer? Thirdborn wears the scars of battle. Each of them a lesson. Look, the city is under attack. I wish I could help them. But the dream scourge won't allow it. It feels wrong killing them. But what choice do we have? We're going in, aren't we? What am I saying? Of course we are. I admit it's much nicer than I expected. A more than suitable home for a shrine. Sounds like a gate has opened. Mountains, valleys, perhaps a code of some kind? We're in no position to argue. She has all the power here. Morbid, disturbing, intimidating. But I like it. Logically, I know these were put here to frighten us. And yet, I'm still frightened. We are not getting up there. Unless Yatzli sprouts a pair of wings. Nicely done. Impressive as always. Quilici would be proud. At the risk of stating the obvious, it's pretty damn cold. The seasons are all wrong. Nature is grimacing. This would make a nice parlor. If you got rid of the corpses. The Archmage certainly knows how to make a first impression. Let's put these bones to rest. It's either too hot or too cold. I miss Emerald Stair. Not that anyone asked, but we're setting a poor example. He should learn to hold it in. This is taking forever. We've waited long enough. That fire's been out a while. I don't think anyone's coming back. I wonder what killed him. Probably not the mushrooms. Probably. Several against one. Nasty way to go. So they were being followed, or hunted. Watch out! Reinforcements! We really kicked the hornet's nest! No kidding. This was a torch and pitchfork operation. Emerald Stair should have been your first warning. At least you realize it now. If it came down to survival, those two would eat each other alive. Certainly. Death is a form of trauma. And even souls may get lost or confused in the aftermath. Did you know that many powerful weapons and armor are imbued with the fleeting memories of departed souls? The circumstances of one's death can also leave a trace behind, like an echo. But that's how it is among animancers, especially the competitive ones. Partners become rivals, and rivals become prey. She'll be all right. Eventually, we should leave him be. Let him find his own way. Hear me out. What if we throw caution to the wind, sample the goods, and never speak of this again? Interested? Probably a good idea. Still, you never learn if you don't try. Since we're being honest, I've already had my share. Wanted to get a head start. Now you go. I think we've been duped. Rather disappointing. Drug dealers are usually so reliable. Pretty good. My mouth is dry. Probably because I've had nothing to drink. Perhaps we didn't take enough to feel the effects. What am I saying? Let's cut our losses. Not to worry, Marius. I'll take the lead. Just make sure we don't do anything silly. I'll try my best, but so far, the results are inconclusive. Not as exciting as I had hoped. Well, after all, risking life and sanity in the name of research is a Castell family tradition. You learned a valuable lesson. That's something. Brilliant deduction, Constable. You're a credit to law enforcement. They were so exhausted from making a family, they didn't have the stamina to support one. No comment. Whoever we did or didn't see, I didn't see or not see them. One of your brothers didn't make it. But on the bright side, the gods blessed him with a twin. For an honest merchant with nothing to hide, you ask a lot of questions. Surely you're joking. You're not. Truly? No. No, I'm going to be sick. Either that, or he's in two places at once. The first one's always free. Or so I have heard. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. We haven't even tested your wares. You're the same. I don't know if it's due to your birth or your soul, but it's obvious to anyone with eyes. I want to crumple into a little ball and forget the last 5 minutes. They share a family resemblance, as well as an attitude problem. Famous last words. I must admit, I thought it was decorative. A statement about the illusion of choice. Really? In that case, I'll have what you're having. I hate to deliver bad news. You do it, please. I don't believe that's actually a law. Despite our best efforts, we remain sober. A spider bite. You have my sympathies. My family was my life. His is disposable. I would consider leaving town. Start again somewhere else. Happens to the best of us. That was your first and second mistake. They were harvested? How? On second thought, I don't want to know. Couldn't have happened to a nicer fellow, apparently. Let's get this over with, so we can go about our business. But can you take all 3 of us? Are you so desperate for the answer that you'll stake your life on it? I'll be busy that day. Whenever it is. Such a loss of life. Who is responsible for this? When they're not fighting over territory, they're fighting over who has suffered the most. We live in unusual times. Take a breath. Start from the beginning. We've been through a lot already. This isn't our first terrifying ordeal. If you pray for anything, may it be that the Inquisitor never darkens your doorstep. We're trying to remain 2 steps ahead of them. You can help us by getting out of our way. What a little turncoat. Whose side are you on, anyway? That's the problem with the Dream Scourge. When you find symptoms, it's already too late. Fior Messiverno had all the time in the world, but we squandered it arguing amongst ourselves. Don't make the same mistake. The city is under attack. Let's not waste a moment. Always a pleasure to see you, my friend. We're in desperate need of another scholar. Something important. An archmage doesn't waste time on frivolities. If she doesn't want to be found, that's all the more reason for us to go looking. Or she'll kill you for her own amusement. Either way, it won't be boring. Did you say your parents changed? Oh no. You'll be taken care of, I promise. Just don't look back. Let us know when it's over. Gods, what a thing to say about one's family. The grief you're feeling now. It doesn't go away, but you learn to live with it. Eventually, you befriend it. Trust me, they'll be all right. Eventually. Is that any way to start a conversation? We took care of it already. The ones who attacked you are gone, and I thought Emerald Stair was in trouble. How anyone survives here is a mystery. That had better be a really good book. We didn't come all this way to stroke your ego, Archmage. We seek answers. She gave you her grimoire. Be careful with that thing. Who knows what it can do? Regardless, we didn't come across this by accident. The Archmage is trying to frighten us. Successfully, I might add. Can you open the way for us? I assume you have at least one trick up your sleeve. Not to worry, Yatsley. If it gets too frightening, you can hold my hand. We're doing a lot of work to impress someone more powerful than us. I hope it's worth it. Naturally. Just don't do anything I wouldn't do. Really, though, that would be dangerous. Thanks for letting me tag along. Working with Yatsley is a rare pleasure, not to be missed. Don't keep her waiting. She may be small, but she's energetic. I don't know where she stores it. What gave it away? The tableau of frozen corpses? The Archmage of Terror is many things, but subtle is not one of them. Unfortunately, we don't have a straight path to the garden. This is one of many unpleasant routes. But take it we must. They should have known better than to get in the way of a small, determined academic. I like our odds, especially with you around. That ought to be the final piece. Let's be done with this. And warm to the touch. Strange, though not unpleasant. You won't be alone, because I'm going with you. Come what may. It's missing a few pieces, and not to vandalism. They were taken for a reason. You, my dear, have a promising career ahead of you. For once, we've outpaced Ludwig. A rare advantage. I say we use it. Let's hope the ruins are warm. I didn't think to bring a coat. This wizard is making us jump through hoops for her own amusement. Are you certain she can actually help us? Most likely. The head and the hand are gone. What's the significance? That statue seems important. An answer in search of a question. Puzzles are known to sharpen the mind. The Archmage must want to hone our senses. Tell us what you think. Of course, I have my own conclusions, but I'm curious about yours. Not necessarily. I've always found ghost stories to be very educational. The spookier, the better. I could have managed without the statue, but to each their own. Those stone pieces we collected should fit in here. No doubt they were removed so we'd go looking for them. Good thinking. We found part of the statue. All that's left is to locate the rest of it and unravel the mystery. Whether he was real or not, he was put here to prove a point. Either way, it's cruel. Maybe it just wants to be held. Either way, it's unsettling. Thank goodness we have Yatzli. Our little friend group needed a bit of chaos. That stone you picked up should fit in here. One lonely piece of a disturbing puzzle. Tread lightly. The Archmage is expecting us, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're welcome. Reminds me of your Messiverno, and not in a good way. You've got a problem with animancy all of a sudden. It's like I'm not even standing here. We'll catch up later, Yatzli. Take care of the envoy for me. An arcane barrier. I wish I could help you, but it's not my area of expertise. The Archmage could be toying with us. But perhaps there's a reason behind her madness. Something we're not seeing. Whatever you say, Yatzli. They may be an illusion, but their fear isn't. I don't think they can hear us. They're like a song stuck in your head, repeating the same verse. I should have mentioned it sooner, but we left Yatzli behind. Breaking the Adra is a bold choice, but it's such a terrible cost. If only we had time to do it with some finesse. She's using the past against you. Don't fall for it. The only thing you burned was hope, and I am determined to get it back, even if I must take it from you. The only poison I see here is you, and I would love nothing more than to purge you from the living lands. And now that severed limb has come back to strangle you. We taught the Steel Garrote a lesson in Emerald Stair. Perhaps you need a reminder. Hubris. She assumes a great deal about a force she barely understands. I once thought of pursuing such an idea, but only after careful study. What she suggests is anything but careful. Am I supposed to be intimidated? Please. I've seen worse abominations in my own lab. She's a death guard, obviously. One of nature's little mistakes. Too dead to live. Too stubborn to die. Ugh. Don't tell me you're still carrying a torch for this corpse? What an amateur. She accuses Sapadal of what she intends to inflict on you. Don't fall for it. Then again, it's not as if I trust Ludwig. The dead have no right to choose for the living. I'm at a loss. Whatever you do, make sure you believe in it, because there's no going back. I hope not, Yatzli. I really do. And she is a threat to everyone. We can't give in to her demands. She's trying to turn you against the living lands, not just Sapadal. She's either desperate or frightened. But I know one thing. She's weak. You're giving the Steel Garrote everything they want. And what do we get in return? Nothing. I don't like our options, but maybe we can learn something from this one. But Quilici... God, if there's even a chance he could... No, I can't think of that right now. But Quilici is out there. My people. Gods, they were supposed to be safe here. Let's just hope Quilici is all right. Gods, you're right. While you were unconscious, the Adra pillar was not. A great deal of energy passed through it, to parts unknown. Until then, we must ready ourselves for a fight. That barrier is in place for a reason. I say we ignore it. Infested and overgrown, we visit the loveliest places. Well, that was certainly a nightmare. More of them. From the walls. Don't overthink it. Just go through. Who maintains these traps? Ridiculous when you think about it. I can already tell this is going to hurt. We've seen giants like these before. What happened here? I wonder what has everyone so excited. We found something like this in Nakutedak. What's their significance? Unless Yatsli is hiding around the corner, we'll need to fetch her. We're not getting far without Yatsli. They seem to be killing machines. But who made them? And to what end? We should talk to Marius. He knows the tusks better than anyone. Is that... No, it can't be. Not now. Not her. A map. I can't believe it survived all these years. Just waiting for the right hands to pick it up again. This barrier is beyond my ability. We need a wizard, not an animancer. Either way, she won't be happy to see us. That should give us a little time, at least. A way inside. Though too overgrown for us to pass. After you. We're not getting through here. Yatsli would know what to do. She's resourceful. Good at squeezing into small places. We're on the right track. You can tell, because it's extremely dangerous. The dead should not keep secrets. Unless they resent the living. We have to earn their trust somehow. The pity we have nothing they want. What did you expect? They're dead. Don't worry. We're getting answers. With or without their help. We can discuss this later? Never have I seen magic shaped on such a scale. They're gathering their strength. We should do the same. We should go. The dream scourge is upon us. Anyone else want to die a second time? The phantasmal focus is growing warm. That's never a good sign. I think your god would like a word. Try and make it quick. What a vile, intolerant creature. With allies like these, who needs enemies? Don't even try and justify what you've done, monster. You underestimated us from the beginning. It was a mistake then, and it is a mistake now. We shouldn't do this without Yatsli. Whatever gets us answers must be worth it, right? Has anyone seen Yatsli? We'll need her for this. The living should not heed the advice of the dead. We left Yatsli behind. I know she's small, but we need her. Quilici, there you are. He's doing well. Better than well. And to think I've been worried sick. You never told me that. Do you need any help? Thank goodness you're all right. That spell could have killed you. Look after yourself, old man. You got lucky today. But everyone's luck runs out eventually. I swear, that man has more lives than a cat. In the future, perhaps we should avoid getting into trouble. Just a thought. Must feel nice. For once, you're not the center of attention. Not that anyone asked, but it sounds to me like the fish killed itself. Thanks for the tip. We would have explored it eventually. At least now we have a reason. Not surprising. I grew up in a city ruled by dangerous old men. Easy to say when we aren't running for our lives. What is a warning but a challenge in disguise? Your talent for bodily harm is impressive, if troubling. I'm not ashamed to admit we had a near-death experience or two. Well done. You could have shared the glory. What does it matter if one hunter or two killed the beast? And this makes you a hero? I'll have to take your word for it. On the one hand, it isn't our place to decide how someone ought to live or die. On the other hand, the Leviathan's heart was never his to begin with. Finders keepers. At the end of the day, I think eating a Leviathan's heart is an impractical way to end one's life. To each their own. A marvel of engineering, this place. I can't believe it's still standing. Keep your eyes open. I have butterflies in my stomach. That's never a good sign. Here lies the boat of a legendary fish killer. I need a bath. No, a bathhouse. There's our heart. Why do I smell bear shit? Oh, that's why. Never mind. Tricky. I'll say this for the fishermen. He picked a good spot to hide his valuables. This had better be worth it. Looks like we weren't the only ones searching for the heart. Seems our local legend has not been entirely honest. He could have shared the credit, but no. He wanted it all for himself. Up there. Did you see that? This has to be a joke, right? No treasure is worth this much trouble. No way forward from here. Oh, that's convenient. I'm at least 75% sure this is a trap. We're not getting in through there. In retrospect, I should have seen that coming. Who needs instructions anyway? Death has visited this place. It's not every day you find a working lift in ancient ruins. Something tells me there's more to learn. But not here. There's been some new construction here. Curious. Would you look at that? I'm no expert, but that doesn't look seaworthy. If I'm being honest, I dislike skeletons. Even my own. Ugh, bones. Well, we're alive. At least our bodies won't join the other victims, doomed for eternity to guard their place of death. Someone's been here recently. Our friend here has been known to exaggerate from time to time. It is usually better to forgive. We all deserve a chance to outgrow the worst version of ourselves. All but the sergeant. He held on long enough to explain everything. Wait just a moment. We didn't agree to this? Can we at least talk about payment first? Would it be too much to ask that you just take our word for it? Fine. We already did. She seemed healthy enough, though it didn't paint Naoki in a flattering light. Don't take this as a compliment, but I'm impressed you survived this long. In other words, you're a gang of vigilantes. Not that I'm one to judge. Well, at least they agree on one thing. None of them like you. More or less. Emphasis on the less. Remind me to stay on your good side. If he loves the Empire so much, perhaps he should go live there. Nostalgia and alcohol are a dangerous mixture. Fate has tossed us together and nudged us onto the same path. It's a good thing we get along. We've only heard one side of the story. His crew went their separate ways for a reason. We sell the Adiran Embassy food, fabric, raw materials, whatever they need to survive, but we don't sell them guns. The merchants in Paradise had the good sense not to arm their would-be colonizers. If you want to bend the knee and be degraded by a higher power, fine. Just leave us out of it. Such fond memories. With friends like these, who needs enemies? If your souls are truly aligned, then you will find each other again. If not in death, then in life. Who could have seen this coming? We've been had. I should have seen that coming. I believe the captain just made us unknowing accomplices to a crime. Good idea. Wish I'd thought of it first. When the authorities come for you, just remember, I wasn't here. For once, I'm grateful that I prefer wine. Terrible. So many lost. And for what? What a shame. She won't be making it to the reunion after all. You call this a house? Did you, by chance, sustain a head injury? Because I can have a look. That went well. Mind you, not very well. At least it could have been worse. No one said it would be easy. Then again, no one said it would be this difficult. You acted when the time was right. There's no shame in that. Let's try again later, once they've had time to sober up. Don't have too much fun. That's everyone. We should pay the crew a visit. I wouldn't turn down a drink, especially if you're buying. No, but he's terrified of catching it, as anyone should be. I believe he's dead. Another victim of Ringgrim's magic. What a shame. We should let his captain know. To be fair, that's good advice. It's nice to meet an honest criminal for a change. Strictly a casual affair, though a touch of cologne wouldn't hurt. Many are born to wear a crown, but few have earned the privilege. And none of them deserve it. No, not the Emperor's head, but you're getting warm. I sense a story. Seafaring, drama, sabotage, revenge. We have to learn more. He's right to fear the Dream Scourge. It would be insane not to. No need to panic. We're here on your captain's behalf. You won't have to look hard for courage. It's there for you to call upon when needed. This is where the captain told us to go. Let's leave him be. I hope it works out for him. Dead. At least I think so. I was afraid this might happen. What a loss. We should let the captain know he's dead. I'm an animancer, not a killer. I'll give them peace, not bloodshed. Think of it this way. They're already gone. We're just taking care of the remains. Not to worry. My friend here came back from the dead, but they're doing much better now. Perhaps your captain is earnest. Perhaps not. You will have to judge for yourself. It is more than reasonable to fear the Dream Scourge. Our lives depend on avoiding it at all costs. That bad feeling in your gut? You have it for a reason. The least you can do is heed its warning. I believe that is the spear we've been looking for. An intriguing weapon. Far too elegant for such a creature. Has everyone gone mad? No? Just me then. Mycology is an exciting field. You study the mushrooms, and sometimes the mushrooms study you back. Strictly speaking, the Dream Scourge is not a fungal infection, though at times it does resemble one. Trust me, it's far worse. Imagine a soul rotting from within, rampant with disease, alive, yet putrid. Allies toward what end? For peace? Or for your friends in the steel garrote? You lost a bit of sulfur, but look on the bright side. You still have your health? Instead of fighting over resources, now you can fight over nothing. Nothing is spared this plague. Neither the land, nor the creatures who inhabit it. Normally, spiders are beneficial to an ecosystem. But there's nothing normal about this. Don't tell me. The steel garrote want another bonfire, is that it? Well, you won't find us easy prey. You're planning for a war that hasn't started by making enemies you don't have. And they call me irrational. You're on your own this time. He's going to destroy the mine. Gods only know who filled his head with that idea. Let me guess. You're with the steel garrote. We stopped you in Fiormis Iverno, and we'll stop you now. As we've seen many times before, an imbalance in nature creates an imbalance in society. I should invest in a tower. We should lend a hand. I don't have to tell you that this area is trapped, yes? If you must open that, just do it away from me. There has to be another way. We could make short work of those bars, with a little cleverness and force. Either that switch disarms the traps, or is a trap itself. What if everything here is a trap? Be still, my heart. That did it. You die to the trap, only to become a part of it. Morbid, but clever. Finally, a little room to breathe. We're not going across that, are we? Not a safe path in sight. How is that supposed to work? We dodged a bullet there. Step lightly. We can't be too careful. Dead. All thanks to Ringgrim's magic. The ones who set a trap for adherents? We've met. What's the matter? Let me guess. You didn't expect to see us among the living. Am I close? Never heard of them, but we meet a lot of people, and I'm not good with names. Not that anyone asked, but physical defenses are only so effective against a spiritual foe. We were told to bring supplies, but clearly you have something different in mind. You can try, as many others have before you. You've caught an envoy and 2 misfits, and trust me, you're about to wish you hadn't. 2 more souls for the wheel. Sad, but inevitable. We have better things to do than settle political differences. Be careful next time. You look about ready for your next life. Why do I feel as if someone is lying to us? The whole situation feels like a trap. Never mind the actual traps. What's your business here? Spying, sabotage, or just causing trouble? Because it's an obvious forgery. This so-called merchant is like a fly buzzing around the misery of others. Does your soul reside in your nose? No? Then you have your answer. This so-called merchant is a fraud. Anyone can write a poem, but not everyone is a poet. I believe this is a symptom of trauma, not poison. Trust me, I know. We're not finished here. Wonderful. Now I'm wet. Awful. These things shouldn't be caged. They should be laid to rest. This village has felt the touch of death. Or something worse than death. At least their suffering is at an end. That doesn't bode well. We should find the key in the laboratory. I'd be interested in seeing this lab for myself. Professional curiosity. Messy equipment. Contaminated samples. This is no lab. It's locked. I thought that was obvious. Lights! Get ready! Be prepared for anything. We've got the key. All we need now are answers. See you in your next life. Until then, rest well. You hear that? Someone is in terrible pain. I wonder what's down there. I think so. The garden is so much more than I expected. Full of contradictions. Wild, yet serene. Truthfully, I didn't come all this way searching for my own answers. But I found them. Or perhaps they found me. We're close to something. A threshold between calm and crisis. Conflict and peace. Life and death. I feel it as well. It is only mortal to feel overwhelmed in the presence of the immortal. So am I. None of us could have gotten this far on our own. Under the circumstances, that's entirely reasonable. None of us thought this would be easy. For you most of all. We've survived our own hardships. Now we'll survive yours. You're very resilient. Under different circumstances, I would credit your nature as a godlike. But we all know better. You're strong enough to survive anything. Sapadal picked a good soul when they made you. I'll take that as a compliment. Introspection cannot be rushed. It takes time, and often silence. Perhaps you don't need to understand. Your natural instincts are working hard enough. I remember your calm, how you listened to my shouting match with the governor, and actually heard me. And now look at you. Look at us. How far we've come in a short time. Quite a lot, as it turns out. But the journey is worth it. One crisis at a time, please. I can only lose so much sleep. Just this once. Could we forget about the rest of the living lands? Some of us could use a break. I thought my stories were insightful. Before we turn in for the night, I'd like a word in private. Nothing serious, just planning out the rest of my life. True, but a little rest will help clear our minds. Get some rest. That goes for everyone. Don't think I haven't considered it. But our problems won't just go away on their own. Well, this isn't the Empire. We're here if you want to talk. And if you don't, that's perfectly fine. And now, it's like there's a new path laid out before me. A life after the dream scourge. Thank goodness. I don't know what happens if you die in the garden, but I'm sure it's complicated. Apologies, just thinking out loud. And when they burned my home, you gave me another one. A sanctuary where I could be myself. You saved my city and gave me a home. A sanctuary where I could be myself. I'll never forget that. How is Emerald Stair? More importantly, how are you? It's good to see a familiar face. How are you? Thank you, Elia. My compliments to the flock, as always. Apologies, but I intend to keep my friend alive for as long as possible. I didn't know myself until recently. Despite everything, I'm looking forward to going home. Where haven't I been? I journeyed to the heart of the living lands, where time held its breath, and dreams had more substance than reality. Not if you value your life. The Eastern Gate is ours. I'll stay here. You watch out for Ludwig. We've taken the main plaza. I'll stay behind. Just don't do anything foolish. Well, we have to do battle with the Death Guard, so I have that to look forward to. Be right with you. After the battle, of course. Fair warning, I have a lot to learn about healing. Thank you, but I've decided to tough it out as an animancer. On my own terms, as you're always quick to remind me. But I must consider my options. I hope that isn't a problem. Surviving. It's good to see you, Liviana. Unfortunately, we're on a tight schedule. That's why I adore Liviana. For a peacemonger, she can be very authoritative. After what we've been through, I need to focus on myself for a while. But I'll stop by and visit now and then. Believe it or not, I'm going back to Fior Mesiverno. Things are going to be different this time. Can you manage without me? Do you need anything? Money, supplies? Sapadal was responsible for the Dream Scourge. Their rage, their confusion, their fear. There won't be any new infections. We've put a stop to that for good. Unfortunately, there's little we can do for those already in the grip of the Dream Scourge. We can give them comfort, nothing more. This will be a process. The Dream Scourge was never going to simply go away overnight. Sure, just blame the dead woman. Very mature. You could start with blaming your own incompetence, much like the formation of gemstones. All it takes is time and the right application of pressure. I'd say we're past the point of theorizing. You couldn't have known this would happen. Don't take the guilt of the Steel Garrote upon yourself. Is there nothing our people can do? Because a victory here would discourage resistance elsewhere. The better question is, why didn't you stop her? Then we destroy her faith, and the rest of her will follow. She is a monster, and she will do what monsters do best. But I suppose you could not look past your history, and the living lands will pay the price. What good are you as a diplomat if you can't even keep your own beast under control? Why are you treating him with kid gloves when Paradis cries out for help? Letting her live was a mistake. You think I'll ignore what I've seen with my own eyes? The Empire has brought us nothing but chaos and suffering. Spoken like a fucking diplomat. Splitting hairs when it all comes from the same head. Where was order and dignity when you burned Fior Messiverno? Where was order and dignity when the Steel Garrote attacked my home? No. Don't tell me you're bending the knee to the ones who burned my city. No. After everything we've done to stop them, you would bend the knee? He would suppress our culture before it's had a chance to grow. Everything my people cultivated would be reduced to a footnote. Tribute, he says. Taxes, soldiers. The Empire has tried it all before. Look to the Eastern Reach if you don't believe me. We deserve our autonomy, even if we must fight for it. Anything less would be surrender. I do not trust your Empire to show restraint in its control of the living lands. Gods help us. Whatever happens to the living lands, at least I can kill Ludwig. I'll take that over nothing. The living lands will never be free until we break the chain around our necks. Ludwig must die her final death. We deserve this opportunity. Thank you for believing in us, after everything we've seen and done. What an awful way to end things between us. But what choice do I have? We should never have tolerated a single Adiran on our shores. Our people showed them hospitality, and in return, they conquered us. Look at how we've come together to stand against tyranny. We deserve our freedom. Don't make this fight be for nothing. I have a theory about this. Let's talk at camp if you want to hear it. But I think we can kill her. I'm returning to my people, where I belong, to prepare for the end. I suggest you do the same. They want to bleed us dry, to fill their coffers and fight their wars, to break us like wild animals. But I will not bend. If you have any love for this land, do not allow him to overwrite our history. Let's take back the city. Whatever happens tomorrow, the Steel Garrote can only make it worse. Let's take back the city together. Show the Steel Garrote how the living lands takes care of its own. This is bullshit. I hate to say it, but perhaps this is where we go our separate ways. Not all of us. Be seeing you, old man. What? No words of encouragement for your favorite student? Don't you dare make me cry. What kind of animancer cries on the eve of battle? I won't keep us any longer. Let's go finish this. I've decided to take you up on your offer. Once this is over, I'll be returning to Fior Messiverno. Let's just say I'm taking my life in a new direction. One that doesn't concern you. Thank you, I suppose. Let's keep it that way. I'm doing well enough, under the circumstances. You know me. I'll do my best. Don't pressure me, Governor. I'm still thinking it over. Maybe I judged him too harshly. Ugh. Some things I will never understand. There's no coming back this time. Prepare yourself for the next world. The righteousness of the old gods is no longer certain. And for one of your kind, uncertainty is a death sentence. My parents died in the name of research. If I must follow their example to the grave, so be it. If my theory is correct, you're as mortal as we are. I can't wait to prove you wrong. Not before you've dealt with us. Her mind is already made up. She's just toying with us. And this time, we'll finish the job. As terrible as it sounds, I don't see a better solution. Relaxation helps to clear the mind. Nothing else comes close. Burning the wick at both ends. Sometimes that's all you can do. The city needs healers, not killers. You're alive. How are you alive? I heard you were stationed in the Deadfire. Marius, could I examine your soul? How did you and Quilici meet? For some reason he won't tell me the story. Well, ghost stories are how we confront our fears, how we explore and define them in a safe environment. Is it true what they say? That Aethys woke up a dormant volcano? No reason. No one is setting off any volcanoes. How would that even work? Though I bet I'd be really good at it. Kai, have you ever met a marine godlike? One of Andra's children? I've always wanted to study one up close, but they're a slippery bunch. Purely academic reasons. Maybe I'll take you up on that. Later, of course. And let's keep it between us. When you were in the Navy, did you ever get shipwrecked? And when the rations ran out, did you... Cannibalism is supposed to be good for the soul. According to research, anyway. I've also heard that sailors have appetites that can't be sated on land. On the bright side, if we're ever short on supplies, it's useful to know who gets eaten first. You were with the envoy when they died. Did you notice anything strange? Disembodied voices, otherworldly visions, anything like that? I'm trying to research near-death experiences. And as usual, I have to do everything myself. Don't worry. Hypothetically, anything I do will be in a lab environment with plenty of supervision. Good thinking. I wouldn't want to meet the gods unprepared. Kai, does the word Nemnok mean anything to you? Nemnok, the one who devours? Interesting. One of my books refers to Nemnok as a god, the immortal eater of worlds. It would be useful to have a god on our side. But perhaps not an imp god. That sounds like more trouble than it's worth. But I promise to be gentle. Nothing. Anything. I'm sure I'll know when I find it. Don't you trust me? Are you seeing anyone, Marius? Romantically, I mean. I only bring it up because romance is good for the soul. Oh well. Let me know if you change your mind. I know a lot of shy academics in need of an experienced guide. Under the right conditions, you can even measure the energy of a romantic tryst. Isn't that fascinating? Marius, can I offer a suggestion? I just want you to enjoy life. I'm worried that you aren't, and this might be your only chance. The next time we get reborn, we might all be trees, or mushrooms, or rats. We might not even be sentient. 100 years from now, we could all be grass. Never mind. Doesn't it bother you? Don't you want to get the most out of this life while you have it? I'm glad to hear it. Thank you, Marius. I won't bother you anymore. Yatsley, did you hear that? I made a friend. So we are. Oh, research and romance. When I find my special someone, I can only hope our meeting is as educational as yours. Yatsley, no pressure, but... why haven't you and Quilici settled down yet? Scandalous. But it makes sense. He doesn't keep with any tradition or ceremony from the old country. Was it scandalous? Did you seduce him away from a noble heiress and now you're both in hiding? Does anyone have a copy of the Theorems of Pangram? I want to try something. Too bad. I've been looking into necromancy, just in case the envoy drops dead again. Perhaps. But it's good to have a contingency plan. You have a better one? Yatsley, I have a theory. I believe our souls have awareness independent of conscious thought. Dreams, instincts, reflexes, appetites. These are all facets of our ethereal self. A subconscious, if you will. If I had to guess, my soul has no love of confinement. It wants to escape, to be free. I've been researching the Hollowborn crisis, another spiritual plague. Both similar and different to ours. According to my research, the crisis went away on its own. Something tells me we won't be so lucky. Could it be related to the Dream Scourge? A common ancestor, maybe. You're telling me the Archmage Consulhot is just a floating skull? That must be terribly inconvenient, especially for whomever has to carry him around. Then it's agreed. If we come across a floating skull, we just keep walking. Another book refers to them as an imp, a tiny, foul-mouthed creature hurling insults. Marius, I've been wondering about something. How do we keep finding Zorops on every continent? They don't strike me as the seafaring type. What if Aora was once a single landmass, and the Zorop tribes drifted apart over the years? Could that be possible? Maybe you're right. But I like my theory. I'll try not to take that personally. Suit yourself. I feel as if we're scratching the surface of an entirely new field of animancy. If only I had the time to pursue it. What's wrong, Marius? Your left eye is twitching like you've got something to say. I just figured it out, but the grief is always there. I eat it 3 meals a day. And I'll bet you do too. Why I feel so connected to you. Death makes orphans of us all. When it comes for our family, we have to learn how to grieve. And we do it alone. I think that's part of why I became an animancer. So I could study death on my terms. For what it's worth, I wish we didn't have so much in common. Kai, you've killed people before. Have you ever been haunted by one of them? Oh dear, not exactly. When I said haunted, I meant, have you ever seen a ghost before? Noted. Thank you. Do you need to talk about, the dead privateer? Because I have time. Marius, have you ever seen a ghost? That is a fascinating story. I wonder if nature was trying to tell you something. Gentlemen, don't make me separate you. Thank you for the story, Marius. I liked it very much. Yatsli, have you ever seen a ghost? It's just, we live in a rich metaphysical ecosystem, full of wonders and spirits, and I've never met a ghost. Not one. You really think so? That makes me feel a lot better. Thank you both. Yes, but in a good way. Care to join us? I'm going to miss Fiorma Siverno. Fiorma Siverno was an act of rebellion. We denounced the republics, we subverted nature, and we offended Adir. Good or bad, defiance was our culture, the bedrock of our community. And I'm going to miss it. I think I'll miss the defiance most of all. Yatsli, when all of this is behind us, are you going back to Fiorma Siverno? I gave it a lot of thought, and I've decided to take him up on his offer. I haven't decided yet. On the one hand, it's tempting. I'm looking forward to it. The community deserves a second chance. And so do I. My life is so different now. And sadly, Fiorma Siverno is no longer a part of it. And to think I never believed him. Even if I could go back, it wouldn't be the same. Who knows? Maybe getting banished was the best thing that's happened to me in a while. Exactly. You understand. You're too kind to me, Yatsli. I don't deserve you. Did you eat any of your crewmen? I once heard rumors about a cataclysm in the Deadfire. Something about the lost city of Ukaizo. There was also talk of a broken machine. A device so large that it towered over the city. Does that ring any bells? I have my reasons. And that is why Adra and Copper are the only reliable conductors of soul essence. Thank you for listening. Are there any questions? Really? Oh. I suppose that explains the heavy breathing. No, that's all right. Perhaps another time. What's the last thing you remember? We can start from there. That was hours ago. Yatsli, did the godless believe anything about the stars? Any stories about the night sky? Falling stars, for example, are rich with soul essence. We still don't know why. I have a theory, but maybe I should keep it to myself. Talking about forbidden lore is a good way to attract the wrong sort of attention. The hand occult, for instance. There's a lot about the physical world we still don't understand. And I always wonder how much we've forgotten. Let's discuss it in private, when no one else is listening. Fascinating. This isn't gossip. It's academic discourse. Though I may have to fight Elia for the remains. Kai, can I borrow your pistol? I was hoping to make a few simple modifications. Well, I was going to start by removing the trigger, then snapping off the hammer, and finally stuffing the barrel with tree sap. Because I caught you reading my diary, that's why. And wonderful. In that case, you can hold on to your little toy. No, they were Sapadal's dreams given life. Ancient sentinels bound by loyalty. Because that's all Sapadal knew how to make. A smithy smiths, a baker bakes, a gardener gardens. It's all right if you don't. Well, I've seen things not intended for mortal eyes, and uncovered the dark truth of my family's downfall. But here I am. And how are you? I'm complicated. But at least I know what happened to my parents. Yes, that part could take a while. We're talking right now. I don't know what to say, except I'm grateful to know each of you. If it's even possible that this is our last chance at life. I'm trying to remember the academic term for something, and it's driving me mad. What's the word for a soul that breaks apart, becomes two people, and then in life they are sworn enemies? There has to be one, right? I couldn't just do that. Tempting, but dangerous. I really ought to exhaust one field of research before starting another. Really? What kind of noise? Nothing to worry about. That just means a ghost passed through camp. Must have been a big one, too. I'm sorry I missed it. Marius, what do you know about snake bites? I don't know. It just slithered out of my bedroll. Hard to say. Kind of star-shaped? It held on and left a bruise in the shape of an eye. Wow! The god of mysteries and illusions sent me a snake? Nightmares I can deal with, but I wonder what it all means. Oh well, perhaps I'm not meant to know. Do you know anyone from the Hand Occult? I was wondering what they think of our situation. Probably for the best. Getting the hand involved is a good way to end up in an asylum. You've never heard? The Hand Occult have secret asylums all over the world. When you stay too long, your face melts off like candle wax. Not a pretty sight from what I hear. Tell me, where did you learn to hunt? Thank you, Marius. I feel a lot better. I'll bet you're a natural. You make it look effortless. Some hunt with their eyes and ears, but you are hunting with your soul. I believe you were a true hunter in a past life. An apex predator, like a Stelgar. You may not know it, but those instincts are still yours, lying dormant, like a cat in the tall grass. With a little animancy, we could awaken your former self. Wouldn't that be interesting? Oh well, let me know when you change your mind. Does anyone want to share a scary story? Why not? We've got everything we need. The crackling campfire, the foreboding ambiance. Thank you, Yatsley. I suppose I owe the rest of you an apology. I didn't mean to frighten anyone. I'll try and think of something more pleasant then. Like a mouse and a rabbit going on pathetic little adventures. Have you ever been to the Valian Republics? The Republics are said to be innovators in arts, government, and animancy, but also corruption. I've never even left the island before. One day, I would very much like to visit. If only to understand why my people left. Would you ever consider using animancy at sea? But surely you see the potential. It could improve navigation, lighting, and even fishing. Where's your spirit of adventure? I can't wait to give the Steel Garrote a piece of my mind. Their reckoning is long overdue. I hope no one minds. I made myself at home. If anyone needs their soul tinkered on, don't hesitate to ask. I'm rather good with souls. Let's see. A few things about me. I enjoy long conversations, and my favorite season is autumn. Apparently, I also snore, which annoys some people. Cheese? No, not me. What about you, Kai? Uh-oh. Oh, rats, maybe? It's my fault, Marius. I was starving, and Kai was generous enough to share. For what it's worth, it was delicious. I knew the Steel Garrote were up to no good. This isn't over, you know. Emerald Stair was just the beginning. I can't believe it. My city. It's all gone. 3 times I have left my home. First as an orphan, then as an outcast. Now, as a refugee. Thank you. At least I'm not alone. You don't have to say anything. Your presence alone is enough. It's hard to imagine my people taking shelter in Paradise. Maybe it is safer to remain lost. I hope you're right. At least there's safety in numbers. Elia knows how to look after the flock. I'm sure they'll be fine. I hope Thirdborn is a good community for my people. They've been through a lot. Survivors, in other words. In that case, maybe your kin are a good match for mine. Animancers can be an eccentric bunch, but we know the meaning of a good day's work. Quilici is very protective of the community. He'll make sure they behave. Thank you for telling us about Tama. For what it's worth, I don't think less of you. Dealing with grief, it's never easy. We never fail those who love us. But our conscience tells us otherwise. I wish you could have seen Emerald Stair in better times. The evenings were cool. Fish leaped into our nets. Emerald Stair was everything. It's getting late. I should be asleep by now, but as usual, I can't silence my thoughts. Just wake me up when the fighting starts, or if you talk to someone interesting, whichever comes first. I'm starving. Serves me right for not packing enough snacks. You have cheese. Where did you get cheese? I won't tell if you don't. I'm just gonna say it. I regret eating the cheese you stole from Marius. I thought you'd never ask. That meeting of the Solace Council did not go as planned. I can't say I'm proud to go to war. It's grim work, but necessary. You can talk to us, Marius. That is, if you think talking will help. Everyone is haunted by something. It just hurts when that something is family. Tell me, who has the authority to make that decision on behalf of everyone? We're here, Marius. You're safe. The only thing chasing you is yourself. Do you think there's hope for the council? Or are they too stuck in their ways? Let me guess. You burned some bridges on your way out, and now we have to cross them. Of course. Though you were the one who brought it up. At least he's not as loud as the envoy, gulping down potion after potion. Indeed. A vibrant tapestry of art, research, and spirituality. Are you curious about the soul? Yours, or maybe someone else's? Talking is good. If you're ever curious about animancy, you know where to find me. It's very kind. Sometimes grief clings to you like a shadow. And sometimes you wonder where it went. You lost your parents as well. And your home. You seem to know from experience. That is the natural order of things. And yet somehow, we're never ready for it. Anytime you want to talk about it, let me know. Forgive me, but could you elaborate? Well, it feels a bit like being watched. Like there's an unseen presence in the laboratory with you. Normally this is nothing to worry about. Unless the presence follows you home. Then you know you've angered the dead. Why would you say that about yourself? Self-knowledge and inner conflict are signs of a powerful soul. Make no mistake, you have a good one. Oh? That will be a great help on our travels. I detest the sun. I think I'll stick to butter. But at least we have options. Oh? Who would that be? That doesn't exactly narrow it down. Humming is common, as is jewelry. Oh! Was it Lisonio Galatini, the wandering teacher of Spirento? The renowned musician of the soul? Perhaps, but I wouldn't call it a treatment. Technically, it's an injury. What's on your mind? A stiff drink helps. Most of the time. If you want my advice, that isn't a problem for animancy to solve. Talking also helps, if you say so. Oh, I loved those as a child. The gifted magpie used to make a delicious flashberry jam. Oh, that's it. Now I'm hungry again. And I would kill for a flashberry. Now that I think of it, my father had a recipe for flashberry pie. I'll write it down for you later. The berries will return. Either nature will bring them back, or I will. Ambergris, from the guts of a dead leviathan. Why, do you like it? Oh, that explains the bites. Apologies, Marius. The aroma does tend to linger. I think there's been some confusion. Everyone is aware that mother's tongue is an herb, yes? On the bright side, this is my chance to kill Ludwine a final time. She's more than earned it. Well, let me know if you remember. I'm never wearing this again. I hate to spill blood over politics, but if not now, when? Our freedom is on the line. I call it colonization by another name. Freedom within limits. A contradiction if I ever heard of one. For some of us, this is everything we've dreaded and more. Our future has been sold to the highest bidder. Of course, but telling a story gives you power over it. You get to choose when to hold back and when to be merciless. An animancer has to grow comfortable with the unknown. But that would be challenging for a soldier. Can't say I blame you. I'm brave enough to tinker on souls, but the ocean? No, thank you. Leave me out of it. You'll never know until you try. That's why many animancers prefer to work in groups. To be in the presence of the living. Gather round! Just a little spark. Try a weapon that works. Armor up! A little help! Get some better gear. That armor's no good. Not feeling good. Death is close. Ugh. Can't take much more of this! Are you all right? You're hurt. Careful next time. You're bleeding! Don't you die on me. Envoy, behind you! Look out! Behind you! Turn around! Watch your flank! Careful, to the left! Coming from the left! Envoy, to the right! Watch your right! That weapon isn't working. Try something that hurts. Quiet as a soul, not saying a word. Let's finish this. We've got company. They're coming. For Fior Messiverno. Your days are numbered. Let me at him. You'd make a good animancer. That was a close one. That hit the spot. Dodge this! I'll fix this. Come on. Come all! Charge it up. A little power goes a long way. I need to gather my strength. Patience, I'm almost ready. Give me a second. No enemy in sight. I need a moment. Nicely done. Couldn't have done it better. Well struck. Like a blade in the dark. Nice, clean kill. They never saw you coming. Bravo! That was a close one. I was worried for a second. Well, that was anticlimactic. We got out just in time. I could have taken them. Losing blood. I'm not dead yet. Much better, thank you. Got eyes on something? Subtle as a mouse. Another soul for the wheel. We're still alive? That's what matters. We'll get them next time. Who's next? Anyone? I'm coming for Ludwig next. Watch yourself! Heal yourself! Quick! Not bad for a noble. Your reputation is well deserved. Not bad for a scholar. Lead the way. You won't get through this! It burns! Quick as a fox. Faster, I say. Speed up. Onward. Under my protection. Barriers. Rise. Defenses up. I'm on it, if I must. Whatever you say. Patience. Almost got me. Enemy at your back. Watch your back. Watch the left. On your left. To the left. Enemy to the right. Back on my feet. Can't keep me down. Ready for more? Never had a chance. You make this look easy. Quick and painless. I needed a break anyway. We've got better things to do. Save your energy. Hot! Too hot! Burning! Good shooting, Kai. Did you see me, Marius? Yatzli, well done. We'll get him next time, Kai. Maybe sit this one out, Yatzli. No shame in retreating. Right, Marius? Yatzli, look out! Kai, weapons ready. Marius, look alive. Protect the envoy. You're taking damage. They're too strong. You need better equipment. Careful. Look out for yourself. Not bad, envoy. On your right. That's done? Who's hungry? That'll show him. Seems to be missing a power source. Let's have a look around. You want to talk? Let's talk. Yes? Anyone in particular? I warn you, I'm not the best judge of first impressions. Of course, she's brilliant, open to anything, and sees the world as she wants it to be. Marius is working through something. An old wound that hasn't healed. A search for forgiveness? Who knows? Kai is a useful fellow. We need people like him to keep you grounded. What are you so curious about? Go on then. Don't be shy. I suppose you deserve to know. After what I put you through, my mother wanted to expand Fjord's agriculture. Feeding Emerald Stair wasn't ambitious enough. She wanted to feed the world. Anything's possible. But there are significant problems to overcome. That's putting it lightly. Theoretically, her plan should have worked. But the living lands had other ideas. After my father put the finishing touches on the phantasmal focus, she was impatient to get started. When she used the phantasmal focus, theory collided with reality. Everything went wrong. I can't rule anything out, but I suspect the dream scourge had something to do with it. No, To my knowledge, the accident was no everyday occurrence. And if I'm right, that means it's been here a long time. Or the forces behind it. Don't worry. I've lived with it for a while now. Still, I'm hopeful. This legacy of mine could change animancy as we know it. No animancer has engineered an ecosystem before. Maybe, with a little luck, I could be the first. She thought she could break the wilderness, using animancy as the whip. Turn the living lands into a garden. After all, whoever controls the spirit of the living lands has nature in the palm of their hand. Emerald Stair was just the beginning to her. My father thought she was brilliant. Others thought she was mad. You wouldn't be the first to think so. She was very kind. But there were days when she lived in her head. And days that stretched into weeks. My father thought so too. My mother and father didn't know the risks. And I can't stop thinking about them. It's just a tool. Even a wool scarf is dangerous in the wrong hands. Besides, studying a pillar of Adra is not the same as prying apart the fabric of the living lands. That's animancy for you. We all accept the risks. Good question. The idea of finishing my parents' work gives me a warm feeling. But do I want it? I know I've got one lifetime, and I want to do something with it. I'm glad you think so. Not that I need your approval, but I like knowing that I have it. Aren't you full of questions all of a sudden? Maybe it's not a question of what I want, but what is best for me. For what it's worth, you've got a nice group of oddballs here. I'm proud to be one of them. This is the one life where I am Giatta Castel, animancer extraordinaire. In the next life, I could be an idiotic tree. I have an obligation to use the time I have. Yes, and now I have to decide for myself if that's something I want. If I must. Not before I've done some reading. You too. When he told me to leave, I was heartbroken, but also excited. Some animancers thrive in a structured environment. That's never been my way. Not a bad idea. Who says I have to play by their rules anyway? Thank you for speaking to Ignacy on my behalf. Whether or not I choose to return, it matters that I can. Or maybe I never learned to live within its limitations. Who knows? I was born in Fiorme Siverno, but I'm not sure that makes it home. Only the good ones. Through animancy, I can harness the wild essence of the living lands and put it to good use. But what if I tried, only to have it lash out and destroy me? I'd be no better off than my parents. Until I understand it, until I can control it, I can't do anything. I'm useless. I'm nothing. Oh, and my home burned down. Well, my future is in shambles, and I have no idea what to do next. Apart from that, fine. Truthfully, I'm a bit lost. Leaving Fiorme Siverno was supposed to be liberating. I hardly think your emperor would approve. Good thing he's on the other side of the world. Very good. You know your metaphysics. We've seen and done incredible things, but I'm no closer to finishing my family's work. The Dream Scourge? What I'm up against is much bigger than either of us. Let's hope we live long enough to see this garden of yours. Whatever we do here, we'd better make it count. Quilici always told me to slow down, to stop and appreciate the land I'm trying so hard to fix. Well, here she stands. Otherwise, it would just be me and Yatzli filling your head with bad ideas. Just not too grounded. He's a tough fellow, but I wouldn't put too much pressure on him. Yatzli gave me my first glass of wine, and the courage to approach a special someone. The Dream Scourge is infecting our Adra, holding back my work. I'll find answers in the garden. For better or worse. But how can I slow down when I only have one lifetime to get this right? I hope you're right. I really do. Of course. I've heard that one before. Oh, and my home is under attack by the acolytes of an insane witch god. We haven't been together long, but I think I have you figured out. You helped Fiorme Siverno through an awful time. We did our best. No one will forget that. Fiorme Siverno tolerates you well enough. No doubt thanks to my influence. You saved Fiorme Siverno from a terrible fate. That makes you a hero in our eyes. In Paradise, you killed your killer. Some would call that justice. Others would call it vengeance. In Paradise, you handed your killer to the Steel Garrote. much like tossing meat to a pack of wolves. In Paradise, you have a reputation for being an unlawful misfit. Of course, all I know is what you've done. You may not think these choices reflect who you are. At the end of the day, you shouldn't care what anyone thinks. All that matters is how you see yourself. Believe it or not, you impressed a lot of people when you sold your corpse to Elia. Think of it like building a dam across the living lands, siphoning the energy of the dead to help the living. Of course, nothing is ever that simple. Thanks for talking. Until next time, pleasant dreams. What do you want to know? It lives in the essence of the living lands, corrupting whatever it touches. But neither was the experiment. My mother transgressed on nature, on existence itself. Yes, as something always does. No, that was Sapadal's fault. They didn't know the limits of their strength. I bear them no grudge. It was a mistake, simple as that. Still, I don't understand what went wrong. When I do, then I can finish her work. I never used to believe in destiny. Life always felt meaningless, like groping through the dark. But in a good way. The better question is, can I still be an animancer? Could I even make a difference? Oh yes. The little butterflies in my stomach are more restless than ever. We have a lot of catching up to do. We don't even know if the living lands can be tamed politically, much less spiritually. By burning Fior Messiverno, the Steel Garrote declared that animancy is not welcome in the living lands. As long as Fior Messiverno is safe, the living lands will have animancers. Whether or not I am one of them, I don't know where that leaves me. The work my parents started may have no end in sight. And then there's the Dream Scourge, unraveling civilization as we know it. First and foremost, the living lands is the domain of a god. Anything else is a distant second. All I know for certain is that I've been going about this the wrong way. I should be an animancer for the right reason. With the Dream Scourge, I haven't got one. All of my discoveries have led to dead ends. Where then do I turn? She thought a lot of things. Not all of them were true. When I do, I'll be sure to let you know. I haven't ruled it out. But what else am I supposed to do? All my work can't have been for nothing. No need to dwell on this any further. As you can probably tell, I have a lot of thinking to do. After all, you've been so patient with me. You deserve a little closure. I'm sure that Inquisitor Ludwin would agree. We know what happened. Sapadal happened. It was an accident, of course, but it cost them everything. How I think of animancy has changed so much since my parents died. Even since we met, I'm not bound to a family legacy anymore. Their work is no longer mine to finish. What are the odds that you and I meet? And after a series of mishaps, I learned the truth about my family's past? All of that was before the garden. Destiny is truly unavoidable. For whatever reason, certain things must happen in due course. For once the odds were on our side, spoken like a true gambler. I don't know if that was destiny at work, but it feels significant somehow. Whatever you choose to call it, a coincidence like this does not happen every day. Let's appreciate it for what it is. Moments like this are few and far between. Perhaps we were. You're going to give yourself a headache squinting like that. Once in a lifetime at best. When I joined you, I needed to put a stop to the Dream Scourge. So much has changed since then. There may be nothing for me in the garden. Nothing I haven't learned outside of it. But I still want to see it for myself. Something tells me the garden would defy any attempt to measure it. One cannot catalogue the impossible. Don't get me wrong, I'm excited. The garden will be the discovery of a lifetime, even if I don't have an agenda. Quite right. No reason to get distracted by personal matters. On a journey such as this, it's better to cast aside your expectations. They can only weigh you down. That little island off of Dawnshore? None that I know of. Ignato Casto led the Valian trading company in the Deadfire archipelago. Among other things, he invested in the future of animancy, and apparently he had interests here. Afraid not. I've heard a lot of contradictory stories coming out of the Deadfire in recent years. You know how it is. Wherever there's conflict, there's bound to be misinformation. Some say Castle is still in power, while others think his second-in-command took over the Valian trading company. He had some ideas about moving great distances in the blink of an eye. Animancy and ambition are a dangerous mixture. Intoxicating, but dangerous. As far as I know, he was unsuccessful. I hope not. I wouldn't want my family associated with speculation, corruption, and whatever else happened in the Deadfire. We have enough problems already. Unfortunately, that's all I know. Anytime, whether or not Castle succeeded, I don't think it's folly to dream. On the surface, Kai is all charm and confidence. You feel good knowing he's around, anytime. But there's something deeper. Something in his core that he guards from everyone. Maybe even himself. That makes sense. Kai wears his confidence like a mask. We all do. No one wants to project their frailties, but in his case, hiding behind it amplifies his better qualities. So I say, let him have his mask. Regret is a powerful motivator. It compels us to hide our worst deeds under our better selves. Everyone struggles with regret in their own way. What we said or didn't say, did or didn't do. Kai is no different. Oh, not at all. Kai is a sweetheart. And if that's who he chooses to show us, then that's who he is. If there's another side to him, he'll show us when he's good and ready. No need to rush a natural process. Just look at you. Only just got here and you died in the line of duty. We're all wounded. That's the price of survival in the living lands. You may not be from the living lands, but the island left you a scar to remember. Now, you're just like us. Good question. Mental and emotional pressure, specifically. I suppose he never had a chance at a normal life. None of us did. But look at him now. Making the best of a bad situation by helping others. We could learn a thing or two from Marius. Marius could hunt the great western stag if he set his mind to it. But his own feelings elude him. When he wants to find himself, give him room to do so, but don't push him. Just be there to catch him. No one to get jealous over. To call it a relationship would be an insult to the word. But it was fun while it lasted. Animancy is the study of life. Unfortunately, we get so busy that we forget to live. So a little roll in the hay is good for the soul. Yatsli taught me that. Well, not the part about rolling in the hay. That was my idea, and I don't recommend it. Indeed, old friends. When they died, Yatsli protected me. Made sure I had one consistent person in my life. I think that's why she gave me that glass of wine. Why she encouraged me to live my life to the fullest. She was making sure I hit all the milestones I could have missed. Now that she's traveling with us, maybe she can teach you a thing or two. I think that covers everyone. And if my good opinion changes, you'll be the first to hear about it. I've spilled all the gossip I know. Ask me again when there's a new face in camp. But who am I to judge? In your shoes, I might have done the same. This is the frontier, after all. We don't exactly do things by the book. Morbid though it may be, no Adiran has ever given so much to the cause of animancy. Now that you mention it, I did try and awaken my soul, to become fully aware of my past lives. Every animancer tries and fails. It's practically a rite of passage. So, one evening, I crept into the workshop and cobbled an invention together from spare parts. Amateur work. The next thing I knew, it was morning. I was floating in the fountain, and my head was pounding like a drum. Sometimes I wonder, what if it actually worked? What if all of this happened before, and I'm just reliving the events of a past life? I try not to think about it too much. I was 17. That makes it... Gods, has it been 13 years already? After they died, I wouldn't go near a lab. It was ages before Quilici got me to crack open a book. That's all I care to say for now. At least, about this topic. I have a lot of catching up to do in my studies. Need to make up for lost time. Caution and experience will stop us from repeating their mistakes. I think she was a victim of her own ambition. She wanted so much and there was so little time to achieve it. Indeed, a world run by animancy. How encouraging. Neither can I. My mother learned that the hard way. A simple question with a very complicated answer. The device is attuned to the spiritual energy of the living lands, much like a compass to magnetic north. But essence is chaotic by nature. As you saw with your own eyes, imposing order on chaos is not without risk. Indeed, don't get me wrong, this invention is a small miracle, but it isn't enough. Perhaps it should remain that way. And look how well that turned out. Not for long. The phantasmal focus was supposed to be the start of something grand. One lever of a device that exists only in theory. For you, anything. What is it now? Don't tell me. You have questions. Very well. What is it? I thought my family's research could help Emerald Stare. That it could banish the Dream Scourge from our lands. Of course, Vidaro wouldn't even give me a chance. He was afraid of history repeating itself, and something tells me I'm close to a breakthrough. Closer than my mother ever got. Of course, at least now I know who was responsible. At least someone thinks so. Thank you for believing in me. Whether or not I believe in myself. Then I turned it on. Big mistake. Excellent. The Imperial Court taught you well, but I suspect there were gaps in what they call an education. If there's anything you've been dying to learn from an animancer, now's the time. Of course. Just let me know when you're ready. I won't be far. Unfortunately, that can take a lifetime. It's the sad reality of our work. But I'll give you the short version. Gladly. You should have seen my thesis defense. I called the governor an intellectual void, an ooze in the form of man. Very well. Hold your questions to the end if you don't mind. Otherwise, I'll lose my train of thought. Now, let's begin. You have an inquisitive mind. I respect that. If you ever feel your education is missing something, I'd be happy to teach you what I know. All you have to do is ask. You drifted off for a moment. Were you paying attention? Really? What's the last thing I said? Oh, I stand corrected. Even if you had dozed off, no harm done. Well, aren't you the clever one? That's what I thought. No harm done, of course. I don't mind if you catch a few winks. Besides, a little nap is good for the soul. I slept through my share of lectures, and look how I turned out. Well, at least you're honest. That's all I have to teach you for now. I'll chime in if anything else comes to mind. When my parents died, they left me their life's work. An invention like no other. The phantasmal focus. The door to the basement is just outside, around the corner. Of course you'll need a key. You're back. You found it. You actually found my inheritance. Ah, my favorite patient. Our research begins at Naku Tedek, west of town. We need to look for survivors. Someone must have made it out. Well, that's where I need your help. The problem is it's in the basement. I haven't gone down there since the accident. Since they died. Right now, I would rather focus on the work ahead of us. Think of it as a spiritual tuning fork, or a dowsing rod. It has many functions, some more obvious than others. Don't be. I couldn't ignore this forever. I didn't have the words, so I swore an oath. No one could enter the lab until I understood what happened. Quilici thought so too. Even Ignacy offered to lend a hand, but I forbade it. I'm on the right track to figuring it out, which is almost as good. I watched my mother work. I know what to do. The only thing we're missing now is an Adra pillar, and I know the perfect one. Before we head out, let's make the most of our time in Fior. No telling how long we'll be gone. Thank you again for letting me join you. An animancer never misses an opportunity to embrace the unknown. I'm sorry. I just need a moment. This place was my home. Now look at it. There's nothing left for me here. It's all ashes. I've seen much of the living lands, but I always come back here. I grew up in Emerald Stare. Used to think I'd die here too. The land itself is rich with essence. You can feel it. Emerald Stare can be dangerous, but not when you have me at your side. Now we just need the right equipment for the job. The lab is just downstairs. I'll wait here for your return. The phantasmal focus is one of a kind. You can't miss it. How could this have happened? I have a lot of packing ahead of me, but I've earned a short rest. It's hard to even look at the campfire. Can't get any sleep while my home is drifting away on the breeze. I keep hoping I'll just wake up. We're safe here. You can feel it. Rest is good for the soul, especially among friends. That's your intuition talking. Listen to it. I wouldn't be anywhere without mine. Have you ever seen anything like this? Untouched ruins? My colleagues are going to be jealous. No one's been here in a long time. Better watch out for traps. There should be some equipment by the Adra pillar. Place your hand on the Adra. I want to see how your soul reacts. All right, let's return to Fior Mesiverno. I need to go over my notes. Maybe you came here in a past life? Maybe you meant to come here in a past life, but never made it. Unfinished business. Too bad none of us are watchers. A watcher would be useful right about now. Let's keep exploring. I'm sure there's more to learn. I'm sorry you had to see that. What an asshole. Monto Pastor is in the workshop due west. He's got an invention that can help us. We're about to make history. But first, research. Let him growls. His good opinion means nothing to me anymore. We're on the verge of extinction, but our governor is too busy protecting his fragile ego. I can think of one. He's an entitled little worm who can't stand to be proven wrong. What does he know? He isn't even an animancer. Because they're cowards. To them, I'm just a cautionary tale. A fallen animancer. I want to live in his version of Fior Mesiverno. But instead, I'm stuck here. In reality. Anyway, listen to us babble. Let's talk about you. While I pack up my belongings, you can help me by... Are you as excited to get started as I am? Because I'm very excited. I hope you aren't afraid of lightning. Where there's animancy, there's bound to be lightning. Makes sense. You won't find a better source of energy. And why? It's almost like something is lashing out, defending itself. At least we know how to have a good time. Oh, I thought about it. I'm sorry. For what it's worth, I don't think you were in any danger. Still, being an animancer feels different without Fior Mesiverno. At least now I have a place I can call my own. If only you could have seen the city in brighter times. What a loss. That rugged thing? It's as dry as a bone. Hardly any essence left. You're forgetting all the bridges I burned on my way out. No, that part of my life is over. Believe me, that's plenty. You can't know how much I appreciate that. Not to change the topic, but this little adventure of ours, will it be dangerous? It'll take some getting used to, that's for sure. Good, because I have a lot of research to do, and this could take a while. Well, I never expected to live forever. My mother and father taught me how to defend myself, among other things. When you need me, I'll be ready. Just making sure I know what I signed up for. A little bit of trouble in moderation can be good for the soul. Not feeling like my potential was only limited by my imagination. I'd like to have that back. It was never really mine. I just haunted it for a while. I can't tell if that's a gift or a burden. Maybe both. To be fair, I had it coming. Sending my people to Paradise is a bold move. Bold, but more importantly, unpredictable. Something the matter? I hope none of my colleagues scared you off. That's the fun part of metaphysics. Everything is strange, but nothing is new. Look at us. Barely even started, and already we're making progress. Exactly. There are many ways of going about it, but my mother's invention will get us quick results. I can also use it to smack around anyone who gets in our way. I did it to contain the tragedy, even if it destroyed me too. But all that's in the past. No. The mystery is my burden, and mine alone. I won't let it harm anyone outside of the family. Know any ghost stories? What happened? Who did this? We have to check on the others. At least let me find Quilici. Any survivors would have evacuated to the farms north of town. Come, there's not a moment to waste. That did not go as I had planned. Well, my first idea was to mess up his house. Maybe break a window or two. And I hate to be a problem, but I do my best work in small groups. Chalk it up to performance anxiety. Works for me. This is a good opportunity to cleanse our place of rest. Spiritually, I mean. Once we're all together, we should trade ghost stories. Best way to get acquainted. In the meantime, let's be off. That was not my finest hour. I was so angry. Mistakes were made. When it comes to the Dream Scourge, I don't want there to be any mistakes. I don't go into the lab anymore. This is so embarrassing. An animancer who won't set foot in her own lab. I'll explain everything later. For now, I just need the device.
The city's under attack. Come, there isn't a moment to waste.
Maybe an experiment that got out of control. But the damage would have been confined to the workshop.
It's all gone. The city.
My home. So am I. At least now I'm free to study whatever I want. On my terms. Most of us would be better off without tyrannical bureaucrats. I never expected to see an Adiran envoy here. You've got a lot of guts showing your face in a town full of animancers. How generous of you. Elia Rossell is an authority on the undead. Her methods are controversial, but useful. She lives in a cottage southeast of town. And then there's Yvette and Remy, our philosophers. You'll find them at the docks, southeast of Fjord. No one ever achieved the impossible without being a little unhinged. We haven't even gotten started and we're already talking about ethics. I can tell I'm going to like you. I would get it myself, but I'm not ready to face what's down there. All that's really down there is an unhappy memory. One that keeps on growing. Nothing so malicious, but no less cruel. Enough about me. Let's worry about you for a change. Did you see my mother and father? Are they still there for the time being? That would be best. My mother had an idea about how to use the essence of the living lands, and it destroyed her. My father, our family. For the first time, I don't have to prove myself to anyone, sending my people to Thirdborn. It's a good arrangement.
Who would have the motive? Or the means?
Right. We should be a moving target, in case anyone comes for us next.
Damn it.
I just hope Quilici is all right. The Dream Scourge isn't going anywhere. Make time. I'm counting on it. Naturally. Be seeing you, my friend. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And you got his machine up and running. That's what I call progress. I helped Monto after his wife died. She was brilliant, and he took the loss hard. I'm going to miss him. I hate to admit it, but I saw that one coming. Those two don't get out much. When Ignacy took away their research funding, I pulled some strings to get it back. He told me I was a fool. But they'll prove him wrong someday. I have faith. Elia is one of my favorite neighbors, second only to Quilici. I hope you had an enlightening visit at the corpse farm. When her best farmhand got stuck up a tree, I got him down in one piece. Well, several pieces. I've always looked up to her. Good timing. I'm about ready to get started. So, did you learn anything of particular interest? When it comes to the Dream Scourge, we haven't been allowed to acknowledge the problem, much less act on a solution. I just realized this is the end. I have to leave Fjord, Miss Iverno. Forever. As much as I would love that, we're already out of time. I don't even know. Maybe if I focus on what I have gained, I can learn to accept everything I've lost. No, sorry. I don't know what came over me. Of course. Excuse me, it's been a long day. Of course. You're right. Quilici. I will make you proud. I promise. Thank you. I'm ready. Well, not ready. We have a few loose ends to tie up first. I'd rather you find that out for yourself. Whatever it is, I won't be disappointed. Today, that changes. I need help from the animancers around town, but as you can see, I'm an outcast. Each of them owes me a favor. Drop my name and they'll tell you what they know about the Dream Scourge. Don't worry. Ignacy can't banish us all. I hope so, because we're running out of options. Monto's machine is working, Elia will keep an eye on her revenants, and Yvette and Remy are providing us an alibi. I needed those animancers for more than their expertise. Whenever I tap into an Adra pillar, Elia's farmhands tend to get a little bitey. Thanks to you, they won't be a problem. And then there's Yvette and Remy, the governor's eyes and ears. In exchange for privacy, I gave them a test subject, and every bit of it was critical to our research. Under the circumstances, the two are not so different. I'd call that a good day's work. Animancy takes a lot of preparation. You might only have one chance to run through an experiment. Absolutely. I wanted to see the Dream Scourge through different perspectives. Thanks to you, I have. Sorry, I had a lot on my mind.
I know, but curses. Without Fior Missiverno, I'm hardly even an animancer. My tools, the workshop, all gone. We'll have fewer resources to work with, but anything's possible. Thanks, old man. Our first order of business is the Dream Scourge, but I'm also curious about you. There aren't many godlike left these days. Wouldn't that be a coincidence? Indeed. Some of my colleagues would fight me for the opportunity to study you. Sorry. I only bring it up because animancy might offer us some insight into your nature. Keep an open mind.
Monto's invention nullifies spiritual interference. Having it up and running means we won't get any false signals.
Terrible mistake. The Dream Scourge has been a thorn in my side for too long. In a way, I do. I have plans for this island, and they don't involve the Dream Scourge. But that's a story for another day. A good question with a good answer. For now, I shouldn't bother you with the details. It's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. Likewise, they should be educational for us both. Glad to hear it. Your education should come in handy. I have to ask, why are you wearing a Revenant collar? Good for you! Hopefully she offered a fair price. It does look quite nice, if a bit submissive. No, it's just an unconventional fashion statement. How can they be exploited? They're just farm equipment.
With a phantasmal focus, I can finally tap directly into the essence of the living lands.
Don't worry. It's more durable than it looks.
Kind of like me.
Well, that is kind of the point. We need to find whoever's responsible for this. At least the city is standing. Nowhere in the living lands is safe. All things considered, the damage could have been a lot worse. Here we are, living to fight another day. I wish I lived in less interesting times. How can I get any rest at a time like this?
The Steel Garrote will keep a watchful eye on my people. But we will do the same to them. From inside the lion's den.
The whole thing could still end in disaster. But we're used to it by now. For now, there's always a choice. It's just that sometimes they're all equally terrible. Meanwhile, the adherents will enjoy their false sense of security for however long it lasts. They get a roof over their heads, the city gets animancers, and everyone gets along. For once, we should try to harness that goodwill. Or replicate it, like an energy source. The free settlements have enough cultural and ideological differences that we don't always see eye to eye. My people have had a difficult journey ahead of them. In more ways than one. But when it comes to survival, there is no disagreement. We're in this together. But it feels good knowing there's a destination. So yes, I have a good reason to feel cheerful. On the other hand, maybe not. I've been meaning to tell you something. I could use a distraction. Go ahead. We should talk. Fior Messiverno was the pride of 2 generations. And now, nothing but ashes and embers. My home, my lab, my parents. It feels as if I lost them all over again. What if I'm tired of being strong? The Steel Garrote are just a symptom. No matter where animancers go, someone is always trying to kill us. Nothing enrages the gods more than mortals in pursuit of knowledge. Don't worry. I plan to hold the mortals accountable. As many of them as it takes. I can't blame you for growing up with a head full of adherent propaganda. But it's time to form your own opinions. Listen to me. A failed animancer lashing out at everything in reach, even with all the tools at my disposal. I couldn't stop the Dream Scourge. And I couldn't save my people. How do I live up to my family's example when I can't even help myself? I do. My parents died pursuing a better future for animancers. I can't let their sacrifice be for nothing. I doubt they know the meaning of the word. They seem a little out of touch. Will they? Don't be. I have enough grief for the both of us. What happened to Fior Messiverno could have been worse. A lot worse. But that doesn't mean the living lands is safe. If anything, it's more dangerous by far. And in my case, it's inevitable. We never forgot. Ah, you want a story? Very well. Settle in. It all started about 50 years ago. in the great city of Spirento, a young nobleman by the name of Maxim Vidaro sought to inherit a distinguished government position. Unfortunately, yes, we'll get to that. A distant cousin cheated Maxim out of the title. He was devastated, his political future uncertain. No one lifted a finger to help. Not the banks, not the merchants, or the politicians. So, Maxim did what Valians do best. Precisely. Not exactly, but close. Something like that. They say he prayed to Scan, the effigy, god of rebellion and defiance, to ask for a blessing. And Scan answered. Maxim plotted his revenge. Take their best and brightest, their heirs, their scholars, their futures, to the far side of the world, never to return. And Maxim did just that. He gathered a following and left the Valian republics, giving thanks to his dark god. We prefer to call it an intellectual haven of free thinkers, but it's true that most of us are animancers. Most of my stories are. Spirento was full of animancers, many of them in debt, and Maxim was a wealthy patron. They needed each other, so the animancers followed Maxim all the way out here, including my parents, Quilici, and others around town. 40 years later, Maxim vanished. They say the effigy came to collect his soul, and now Maxim Vidaro's great achievement is a smoldering ruin. And now, thanks to you, Fior Messiverno might very well stand for another 50 years. His son has been in charge ever since. For better or worse. At the time, this place was an animancer's dream. No oversight, limited government, and soil rich with essence. Thanks for listening. We should do this again. One of these days you'll have to tell me an Adiran ghost story. It's fine, really. I never turn down a chance to think of home. You learn a lot about people by what scares them. Of course, you and I know better. He died peacefully, content that what he made would outlast him. Nonsense, of course. Endings are difficult to pin down, because nothing truly ends. Putting down a steel garrote battalion is a little more than help. You saved lives. Now that'll be a story to tell around the campfire. His father had the advantages of growing up in Valian society. So did mine. He and I might squabble in public from time to time, but we're both just figuring it all out as we go. I have good reason to be critical, but I also know his life isn't as easy as it looks. We have that much in common. And right now, that's all it is. I was just getting to that. A good storyteller knows when to pause for emphasis. No one has seen Estelle Vidaro in some time, and Ignacy refuses to talk about it. She was always very kind to me. I hope she's all right. Quilici has a girlfriend, as cute as a button, and as smart as an archmage. Let's just say you're not the first person to sell your body to Elia's corpse farm. Not that I'm judging. We all do what we must to put food on the table. Ever since, people have heard ghostly cries from a nearby cave. Have you heard of the incident at Beldereno Pass? 20 settlers lost their lives in a winter storm, though lately, the cave has gone quiet. I hope their souls are at rest. Fascinating, isn't it? Tragic, of course, but fascinating. Look around. My home was destroyed, and the land is dying all around us. What more is there to say? Sorry to disappoint you, but I haven't heard anything new of late. Being an outcast means being out of the loop. That isn't a secret. I'm just happy for him. I should have known you'd be schooled in political intrigue. But I'll wager you don't know how this story goes. I've heard it said that he favors anyone with an axe to grind, but never for long. Or maybe his blessing was really a curse. Who can say? Let me think. Of course. Anything in particular? I hope so, anyway. I have some pondering to do. Let me know if there's anything else. I wonder if I packed enough gear. No matter. We'll make do with what we have. Look, I know you didn't come to this island to help us. And yet you were here when others would have looked away, despite everything that happened. It means a lot. We all deserve better. But fate decided otherwise. In that case, let's go out there and make a good first impression. For me? I don't know what to say except thank you again. From the bottom of my heart, and on behalf of my kin. Not a chance. You're going to accept my gratitude and enjoy every second of it. Well, onward to better things. If you need anything, you know where to find me. Straight to business then. I can respect that. I'd rather not speculate until we have more data. If you have questions, I'm sure the others can answer them. Naku Tedek, the old godless ruin west of Fjord. There should be some equipment waiting for us. Even if it wasn't, I'm not exactly welcome in the workshop these days. We won't learn anything standing here. It's a shame we had to meet under these circumstances. Plague, war, maybe the end of the living lands. I can't wait to find out how. Well, no point in worrying over what might have been. Sorry, it comes from being an animancer. When you trade in life and death, melancholy is a part of the job. I enjoy seeing the world through your eyes. Despite everything that's happened, you always know where to find hope. Keep it that way. But maybe I don't have to. That burden was never mine alone. I just imagined it was. I hope so. For this late bloomer, it's been a long time coming. I wish I could. But that legacy is a debt I can never pay off. Don't take this the wrong way. But you weren't raised by animancers. Their ambition destroyed our family. Now it falls to me to find meaning in my parents' sacrifice. And I don't know if I can. I almost forgot. Someone gave me a letter for you. They said it was for the envoy's eyes alone. You, my new friend, are full of surprises. I may have glanced at the handwriting. Don't worry. Your secrets are safe. Not to worry. I know the meaning of discretion. Why? Is it from your secret admirer? We used it to study the Adra pillar. Then some priests moved in and took offense at our work. I hope they haven't tampered with the equipment, or this will be a very short experiment. Naku Tedek is special. I used to play there as a child and take rubbings of the memorial plaques. Historians think it may have once been a burial ground, a place where souls can return to the earth. So, we kept the tradition alive. Many of our founders are buried there, though not all of them, as you discovered. Nowhere. It's been a while since I visited the lab. I just needed to make sure. I would appreciate that very much. Well, that covers everything. Let's go. The Dream Scourge can't hide for long. I love Fjord Messiverno. Even when I hate it. I'm going to miss this place. We saved the city. You should be proud. My parents helped to build all of this. In a way, Fjord is my birthright. Before we leave, don't forget to settle any unfinished business. Please excuse the mess. Sounds like you've met with everyone. We're ready to get started. Such a troublemaker. But a thoughtful one. I'm still wondering about that door. And why it opened for you. I kept this basement locked for a reason. We both know what's in there. I shouldn't be here. It feels wrong. I'll wait here. Take your time. I'm not ready to see them again. You go on without me. Forgive me, but I'm not going in there. Ready to go? I've seen enough of this place for one lifetime. Don't take me here again. This is where I stop. I'll wait here. You go on ahead. I can't believe it. Ranger Dorsal. A traitor to Fjord Messiverno. Shame we had to kill her. But at least now she can't hurt anyone else. The damage is contained. More or less. And you let her go. At least she isn't our problem anymore. My people let nature judge the turncoats. Always have. Her treachery led to the burning of my city. And you let her go. Tell me, do you have any respect for the autonomy of the living lands? Or are we just the Empire's plaything? Still, it's a shame. Dorso gave up on the dream of Fjord Messiverno. Blamed animancers for the problems we tried to solve, and I hate to see anyone lose hope. Between the two of us, thank you for helping Yatsli reach that vase. When you consider how many Orlans and dwarves there are, it's outrageous that we build so high off the ground. She's very special to me. Fjord survived the attack,
But that doesn't make this right. They're just saying that to appease me. And I'm just supposed to accept that. What nonsense. You represent the Emperor. Act like it. That's all for now. Let me know if there's anything else. Indeed. We took one piece off the game board, but the hand that moved it remains. Indeed. We live to fight another day. I'm glad you think so. We'll discuss this another time. If and when I have the mental energy to deal with you. Exile in the living lands is not the worst fate a criminal can suffer, but it's close, and always deserved. Rarely, and only when their guilt is certain. Our way is quicker for everyone involved, and no one has to dirty their hands. You did fine. Fair, yes, but not merciful. Usually my people send traitors into exile. Let nature sort them out. Sounds like something Inquisitor Ludwig would say. And for once, she wouldn't be wrong. What a pain. I'm sure she appreciates the help, though she has a funny way of showing it. Don't let her size fool you. On the inside, Yatsli stands as tall as a mountain. As well you should. She's worth the effort. As I'm sure you're well aware, one of these days she's going to change the world. Shake things up. And I'll be at her side, grinning like a fool. Maybe it seems like nothing to you, but to her it's everything. Talk to her. I'm sure you two have a lot in common. Anyway, thanks again. If only all of our adventures were that straightforward. I keep asking myself, how could I have missed this? How could I not have known an attack was coming? We were all so occupied with the dream scourge. We missed the enemy on our doorstep. Can't get any sleep. Me either. We should keep feeding the fire. Who knows what's out there? You can smell fire on the breeze. It makes me think of home. I wish it didn't. It's amazing how many complex ecosystems you can fit into one island. Keep an eye on Marius. He's having a hard time. If you need advice, talk to Marius. I'm just here to look after you. I've heard the wardens are very set in their ways, for better or worse. Usually the worse. Vidaro tried to form a trade agreement with the council. Copper and glass in exchange for grain. But it went nowhere. We left Marius at camp. He deserves to see this through. We're on the precipice of something magical. You can feel it, can't you? The garden is within our grasp. I've seen council meetings get out of control, but that one was for the books. Let me get this straight. You spoke to the spirit of Nandru, a godlike, same as you. I must admit, I had my doubts about Solace. It was like a dungeon, except the wardens were the prisoners. What possessed you to destroy the keep? All we need now is the courage and wisdom to brave the unknown. Indeed. Whatever happens in the garden, it won't be the end of our problems. I know what you mean. Even if home were right in front of me, it wouldn't be the same. The bane of every academic. You've certainly faced it enough times. Fear is not weakness. Fear is strength biding its time. And with good reason. Your very soul is on the line. Let's hope it stays that way. Your confidence is refreshing. I almost hate to ask, but I used to care so much about discovery, invention, achievement. That shouldn't be a problem. I've done a lot of learning in our time together. When this is over, we'll get you back to your cozy estate. Assuming that's what you want. Are you afraid of what's to come? I'm not judging, just curious. What about you? Not anymore. Too many things that frighten me have already come to pass. We'll find a way. We always do. But deep down, I was afraid. Afraid that I wasn't living up to my potential. Since we met, everything I believed has been proven wrong. That the island can be controlled. That I alone can fix it. Trouble is, you never know you've exceeded your capacity until it's too late. Take your pick. My parents, my community, myself, even my parents. Gods, they really had no idea what they were doing. Just like me. Even if I'm wrong again, that's part of the journey. I have no idea where it leads. And for the first time, it's fine. Perfectly fine. The only power he had over me was the power I surrendered. I'm so tired of being afraid. I need to accept my limitations or embrace them. You've been paying attention. They truly did. But I'm not going to repeat their mistakes. And look how that turned out. Glad I could get that off my chest. We have bigger problems to worry about, but I appreciate these little moments. Well, it puts things into perspective. Really? I wouldn't know what to do with that much encouragement. Only a few returned the favor. Did I? Huh. I don't know what I expected. Feels nice. You're right. I don't need permission. But that doesn't mean it's unwelcome. Almost as bad as when I asked the governor for some unconventional equipment. He nearly had a heart attack. Old customs struggling to fix new problems. If the steel garrote is what passes for innovative, then Solace is in deep trouble. A corporeal inverter. In layman's terms, it replaces living things with dead things. By killing them. It's remarkable, really. What people do for traditions that have lost all meaning. The garden is your birthright. And the wardens don't seem to know why they're guarding it in the first place. If anyone has a right to enter the garden, it's you. Maybe it wasn't my smartest investment, but I thought it had research potential. Such is the life of an envoy. That's all right. I prefer the company of misfits and rejects. The council made their choice. If they won't let you into the garden, we just have to find another way. What did he say? Any advice? Any words of encouragement? Oh. I take it that wasn't what you expected. Bad news, I take it. Not the inspirational speech we were hoping for, then. That doesn't bode well. Never listen to the dead. They're cynical, full of regret, and determined to make us all miserable. Thankfully, you're still alive. Fate is in your hands. I see that as an opportunity in disguise. I should have seen this coming. What happened to Nandru was ages ago. Plenty of time to reconsider one's choices. No one is closer to Sapodal than you are. Nandru lost that privilege when he died, which means you alone can judge the god of the living lands. Your opinion is the one that counts. See? The future is looking brighter already. Of course you do. Whenever I feel overwhelmed, a little outside perspective always helps. For what it's worth, I think you're going to be fine. No matter what you do about Sapodal, it can't get any worse. I wish I could say the same for the living lands. That's perfectly valid. Gods are terrifying in the best of times. A caged animal lashes out at friend and foe alike. That's all right. When the time comes, you'll figure it out. You could have helped Kostya destroy the keep, but you left it standing. Why? Thank you for that. I agree. A decision like this belongs to the community, not the ambitions of one man. And she isn't cozy with the steel garrote. He certainly enjoyed the sound of his own voice. Wherever you go, you break people out of their habits. You banish the old ways. You broke an egg to make an omelette, in other words. So it wasn't enough to destroy someone's home? You also had to destroy a symbol? Well, it was effective, if nothing else. But at least you keep things interesting. Even if Solace isn't going anywhere, I think your arrival was a sign of changes to come. Maybe it isn't all bad. Maybe now the wardens can decide who and what they are, with no traditions holding them back. No matter how it turns out, I hate to see another settlement destroyed by fire. It feels like the burned queen is opening her shriveled mouth to consume the island whole. Don't worry about me. I have other traumas to keep me up at night. And besides, this is about you. Sapodal is like a child waving around a knife. The burned queen is a master of manipulation. We shouldn't forget that. Now I'm going to have nightmares. As do I. But there's no point in wondering what could have been. Wherever that power comes from, whether it's your heritage or political status, it's a terrible burden. I don't envy you. Then it's a good thing you're here. Better late than never. Fate doesn't ask us what we want. Or perhaps you don't give yourself enough. And its disadvantages. Someone is always watching you. We're so close to the garden, you can practically feel it. We've come a long way. Just a bit farther, and it'll all be worth it. They weren't interested in outside help. Perhaps, but I think there's more to it than that. He has his moments, but they're few and far between. The wardens value self-reliance. Maybe because they have an inflated sense of their own importance. They have a righteous duty to protect these lands, and believe that it can and should be done without the help of outsiders. No offense, Marius. It's a bit like shooting yourself in the foot because you don't trust anyone else to wield the gun. Solace has a few old-fashioned ideas about animancy, to put it lightly. Many animancers believe that nature is there to be measured, controlled, subverted. Still, I can't believe you allowed Petru to rot in jail. What does that make me in your eyes? Thank you for letting Petru go free. Animancy is not a crime, but many feel entitled to treat it as one. You made peace with the Delamgan in Galawain's tusks. Could that be a sign of things to come? Unfortunately, we killed a Delimgan, a guardian of nature, and for what? So Solace could plunder its habitat. You, my friend, have a lot to learn, and I have no patience to teach you. But what if animancers coexisted with the natural world? Supporting instead of exploiting. I've spent my life trying to dominate nature, to overcome the limitations of our existence for the good of everyone. So you're just going to cite adherent values as a justification for cruelty. So that is the extent of my usefulness to you. Well, it's nice to have one's suspicions confirmed. We all have to start somewhere, aren't we all? As do I. Did you know? Well, it seems I've made a good impression. Whether or not Petru is successful as an animancer, he has a right to learn the art, and it's good to know someone out there is defending his rights. Go trouble someone else for a change. Well, I've been contemplating that assumption. Quite a bit, in fact. A lot has changed since Emerald Stair. I've changed. For once, I'm not defending Fior Messiverno. Neither are we, it seems. Rationalize it however you want. I can't anymore, just like my mother. Possibly, if they were to find common ground. Indeed, a prototype of better times ahead. The Living Lands has seen the rise and fall of civilization. But nature endures. Not at all. Just having a moment of reflection. With a little encouragement, it could be possible. That's animancy for you. Unstoppable ambition against immovable challenges. Killing a Delimgan is not what I'd call a good start, but that's no reason to give up. There's plenty of work ahead of us, but I'd say we're off to a good start. From now on, let's be on our best behavior. Nature is watching. Now, let's try and stay on nature's good side. We have a reputation to uphold, which makes it all the more exciting. I believe the possibilities are endless, but I want more than possibilities. I want something real. Or maybe I'm guilty of wishful thinking, trying to find meaning in the midst of chaos. That's the spirit. I believe, for the first time in ages, that I am not afraid. Of course you do. What blade cuts deeper than having unachievable standards for yourself? What do you think happens if we die in the garden? I don't know what I expected. I don't plan on getting much sleep. Might as well stay up and talk. Who could rest at a time like this? Do you remember when Manto Pastor sent you after the heart of an Adragan? I know. They didn't understand the forces at play. At least I have a better idea of what I'm up against. My parents were going to build a better world for animancers. That dream was their legacy to me. So be it. Once all of this is over, you can find me in Paradise. Just follow the smell of bandages and bodily fluids. That settles it. I can't believe I'm saying this, but once all of this is done, I'm going home. Now I just have to decide which field of research to pursue. But no need to bore you with the details. Without animancy, without my ambition, I don't even know who I am. But maybe that's a good thing. I've only got one lifetime as Giatta Castel, so I'd better make it count. So, this is it. The spiritual epicenter of the Living Lands. Where it all began, and where it all ends. Everything here feels wrong, as if we're standing in the eye of a storm. You and I have come farther than they did, to an impossible place, where anything can happen. Why am I so anxious? What is the meaning of this? Anything. I almost turned my back on animancy, and if I'm being honest, it was a relief. When you say it, I can almost believe it. We are standing in the beating heart of the Living Lands. Just imagine what we can do with it. I suppose you're right. I'm frightened, I'm excited. I'm a lot of things right now. I think that I'm juggling so many variables that it's impossible to focus on even one. That's certainly true. No animancer has ever set foot in the garden before. For so long I have looked out on a horizon full of possibilities. Now that it's here, I'm too scared to breathe. If only it were that easy. That was nothing compared to this. It feels like only yesterday you were running errands for me. We've come a long way, and only one chance to get it right. Animancers don't ask why. We ask how. I'll try to remember that. But now that we're here, who am I to reject my upbringing, my potential? Hey, a little coin can go a long way. What a waste. You may be right. When I gave up, I stopped worrying so much. And now that we're here, It's obvious I don't know what I want anymore. I don't know what's going to happen. But you've had my back since the beginning. I won't forget it. Of course you are. It can't be real. This is an illusion. A joke. Tell me we're both seeing the same thing. Why am I cursed to see this again? Why does the memory follow me wherever I go? The past coming back to haunt me. Wanna know what I think? I think someone's laughing at me, but worse. So much worse. Whoever is responsible, I'm tired of the bullshit. Step forward and answer for yourself, coward! All this time, I thought my parents died in a freak accident. An experiment gone awry. A mistake. Oh my gods. They're alive. We need to talk about this, but not here. That's it. That's really it. The answer I've been searching for all these years. Sapadal destroyed my family, and in a way they did. But it wasn't their mistake. It was Sapadal's. That's what I keep asking myself. When you speak to a god, it's nothing. Barely a reflex. But for the rest of us, it's unimaginable. I thought their legacy was a curse, and I could only break it by completing their work. I was wrong. No, nothing should live in a cage. Look at what my mother accomplished. Armed with her research and her wits, she found a god. Death is a part of my business, but I find little comfort in it. Vengeance won't bring them back, and it won't heal what's broken in me. No animancer can live up to that. Certainly not me. Exactly. I made it my burden. And for what? But the difference is everything. I can't believe it never occurred to me. They're animats. Ancient vessels held together with duty and loyalty. One thing is certain. When it comes to animancy, I need to unlearn some of my old assumptions. Who knows what is or isn't possible anymore? As an animancer, I do admire them. I really do. As their daughter, it's complicated. I suppose I have been all this time. I just never realized it. I wanted to tame the spirit of the living lands. Now, there's so much about it I don't understand, and it's creepy, but wonderful. Then again, who am I to interfere with an ecosystem that I barely understand? The thought has crossed my mind, but no, I burned that bridge, and I don't regret it. Politics and small minds held me back for too long. I believe the power flowing out of the garden drove this island mad. That has to end. One less thing to worry about. They probably won't even notice me. But stranger things have happened. Hey, this is a big moment for me. Don't trivialize it. At least I'm not going mad. Perhaps, as long as no one gets in my way. Sapadal is gone. Maybe the island will normalize over time. I think I know what I want, but there are too many variables to consider. What do you think? On the other hand, half the fun of animancy is stirring the pot and getting into trouble. You really think that could work? I burned a lot of bridges on my way out. I suppose they are. And I wouldn't be coming back empty-handed. Maybe you're right. Practicing animancy in the wild has been enlightening, but impractical. Don't be ridiculous. Taking knowledge to the grave is a Castell family tradition. I'm kidding, of course. Besides, it's not like I'm squeamish around blood and guts. Elia taught me how to mend broken bones and reattach severed limbs. She said I was a natural. Good thinking. Most of my patients won't be cadavers. Yet, for me, the healing has only started. And it's sure to be a long journey. Maybe you're right. For someone who's taken a lot of head wounds, you're holding together surprisingly well. Think of the lectures I could give, the stories I could tell. I have a lot of catching up to do, and plenty of room to grow. But I think you're right, so be it. Starting today, I don't have to live up to anyone's example. Animancy can be whatever I make of it. I know they would be. And not just because some ancient plants told me so. Don't be silly. Danger is a part of animancy. A dash of spice added to the pot. Knowing me, maybe a little too ambitious and unexpected. I can't wait for someone to get sick or injured or dismembered. Then I can make them better than ever. You're right. I know you're right. But it's easier said than done. I am the daughter of proud animancers. Who am I to deprive the community of my wisdom and experience? An Adiran with no sense of civic duty? Now I've seen it all, as he keeps telling me. I've been trying to forget that feeling. Maybe I should hold on to it instead. Through animancy, we could help the living lands recover. It would take a lifetime, maybe more, but that's a small price to pay. You think so? It's modest work, but someone has to do it. Of course you trust me. I'm brilliant, but we've been together long enough that I value your opinion. To think that I left in disgrace and I'm coming back an example to others. You didn't have to be that honest. Sapadal is healing. Maybe the island is healing too. The garden's beauty is second only to its insanity. Is it just me, or are we walking in circles? Watch your step. There's no telling what lives here. No time to waste. We need to find your god. Let's talk at camp. I'll take the first watch. Any excuse to look around. It feels like we're in another world. One that isn't used to our kind. I could use a distraction. Even our camp gives me the creeps. Let me guess. Bad dreams? Feels like we're being watched. Hey, you helped me through a very difficult time. I just wanted to say thank you. Either way, I can't wait to find out. The Living Lands is nothing if not a place of self-discovery. This is a place of power, forgotten by time. We are insignificant by comparison. Does that answer your question? One word of advice. Trust nothing you see or hear. Thank goodness. Exactly my point. The garden is playing tricks on us, confusing our senses. Can you feel it? Essences radiating from the very stones on which we walk. For all we know, this is happening in your head. Or better yet, in mine. Good, because I'm not sure any of that made sense. We should take a moment to acknowledge what happened back there. You liberated the god of the living lands. Now they are unchained, free to do whatever they want. You killed a god. The god of the living lands. Your god. Let's not be too hasty. How? Where would I even begin? How does it feel? You deserve a little peace of mind. I wonder if a god experiences suffering like the rest of us. That will pass. If not in this lifetime, then hopefully the next. What a loss. But to exist is not always a kindness. There is peace in death for those who knew none in life. Sapadal's imprisonment shaped this island. Now that everything's changed, I'm curious what will happen. We cannot know if the living lands will normalize or destabilize as a result of our actions. Have a little faith in yourself. You did it for a reason. For better or worse, change is inevitable. Emerald Stair was bad enough. I don't want to think about how bad it can get. Anytime. Let's hope it all works out in the end. Because the other gods aren't coming to answer our prayers. I hope you don't mind me bringing it up. The subject matter is a bit much for our little camp. Maybe you'll find some comfort in prayer, now that one of the gods is listening. Eventually, you're too kind. Just be careful what you wish for. We're not finished yet. For that I'm grateful. Until next time. That's quite a gamble you made. No doubt it would have gotten worse over time, which means you have leverage over a god. How do you plan on using it? If not for you, Sapadal would still be pacing their cage like a wild animal. I admire your confidence. I'm not sure. Too many variables. Regardless, I support your decision. Who better than a god? Ambitious. I like it. That's a lot of responsibility. But I have faith you're equal to it. No time like the present. You're probably better off then. Of course I can. But now, I can do them for the right reasons. If one more plant speaks to us, I'm leaving. I know a few spooky stories about the living lands. They may or may not have anything to do with the garden. One sunny day, a ranger took a nap in the woods of Emerald Stair. He awoke to a forest of dead trees, the night sky full of unfamiliar stars. Well, that depends. Let me think of a good one. There are so many, I can't decide. No judgment here. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction of Fior Messivernal. But the settlement was gone. In its place was the most beautiful garden. Hills bursting with flowers. The grass as soft as Valiant silk. Enchanted by this vision, he bent to pick a rose. But its thorn cut like a knife, severing 3 fingers. Then a voice filled his head, shouting, "Go now, before the land takes you, body and soul." He awoke in his own bed, a wilted rose clutched
in his two-fingered hand. It's nonsense, of course, but that's why I like it. Perhaps. But that's what I like about it. Which do you want to hear first? I know one about a ranger's dream, one about a haunted well, and one about a golden city. What do you think it is? I have my own opinion, but I'm curious about yours. Very perceptive. Once upon a time, a young girl left town to fetch water from the local well. After pulling up the rope, she discovered the head of a Delimgan, one of the tree folk, staring at her from the bucket. "Return me to my grove," it said, "and I will grant you 3 wishes." So she carried the head into a peaceful clearing and sat it down on a tree stump. First, she wished for long life. The head granted her wish. Second, she wished to be impervious to a sword blade. Granted. And finally, she wished to know what happens after we die. No one ever saw her again. All they found was an Adra pillar in the middle of a clearing, next to an old stump. Only a fool ignores a fable. Even the silliest ones hide a bit of truth. I heard it as a child. Took me years before I would fetch water again. Well, thanks for listening. Of course. Which one did you have in mind? Many years ago, when Fior Messiverno was barely a dot on the map, an animancer got lost in the wilderness. He came upon a pair of ancient trees, their trunks and branches intertwined. A strange light shone in the space between the trees, and beyond that light, a city of gold. So the animancer returned with an axe to chop the trees apart and fit his body through the narrow gap. But with every blow of his axe, the towers of the golden city fell. The walls crumbled, the lights flickered out. By the time he made it through, there was nothing left. Only the bones of a once mighty civilization. As for the 2 trees, they were dead, hacked to splinters, leaving him no path back the way he came. Who said it was true? The end of one story, and perhaps the beginning of another. It's very strange. I can't remember who told me that story, and no one claims to have heard it before. As an animancer, I hear that one a lot. That is true of many places, not just the living lands. Good advice. Well, not for me, but good for others. No need to be bashful on my account. These stories might not shine any light on the garden, but they could inform the way we think about it. And second, when you walk into the unknown, make sure to bring a friend. First, the garden is beyond all mortal understanding. If you think you're safe here, you're not. Indeed. I couldn't have made it this far on my own. Life is full of such contradictions. I say it's better to acknowledge them rather than pretend they don't exist. Hey, you're a good listener. Not everyone has the patience to hold their questions to the end. I try. Alas, that is all I can tell you about the garden. For now, at least. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Or am I going mad? Can't we take a closer look? Please? Certainly. You've heard them all, but I don't mind repeating myself. One final question, spirits. What is this? Why are you trying to ruin my life again? Is this your way of haunting me? My mother? You heard her? What exactly happened to my parents? Tell me, please. I need to know. All this time, your god has been making imaginary friends, drawing pictures on the walls of their cell. No, this can't be. What do you think you're doing? They have a sick sense of humor. Don't be ridiculous. Wait, you know me? How do you know me? I was afraid of that. I don't know what to say. My mother and father would not have wanted this. A good animancer embraces death. And they were the best. They want to apologize. I came to the garden for answers, not to offer forgiveness. Sapadal has been trapped here for millennia. Alone. Confused. Screaming into the void for anyone who will listen. Indulge me a moment. I've been waiting a long time for this. How can I hold that against you? Apology accepted. Damn it. I can't believe I'm about to say this. If you seek forgiveness, look for it within. Don't ask me to give up any more than I already have. I know they are. You're right.
I'm the one who has to live with the consequences of their actions. I don't hold you responsible. I don't even know if I hold Sapadal responsible. Your god has the intelligence of a scatterbrained goat, but that isn't their fault. It's simply how they came into being. It's almost too sad to imagine. What is it you want? But that would have been years ago. The first time she used the phantasmal focus. The only time she used it. Easier said than done. When they heard the voice of a stranger, they overreacted. Generous? Perhaps. Until I knew the whole story, there was never anyone to blame. I don't resent them for asking, but when you consider what they took from me, I am under no obligation to give them anything. This whole experience has me considering my family's work in a different light. We mortals are fragile beings. The supernatural is grotesque to us, as is the metaphysical. Their design is unusual, organic, much like the garden itself. Sapadal's work. I hate it. It's not fair. Was it a mistake? Because no matter where we go, the gods can't stop themselves from hurting us. Our lives are a game to them. Shit. This is going to hurt. Goodbye. Mistakes were made? Do you have any idea what my life has been since your little mistake? For a moment, I thought you intended to free Sapadal. I can only imagine the conflict in your heart and mind. I thought you intended to destroy them. But you are as unpredictable as ever. But for your sake, I'll do my best. I want you to know this has been an unforgettable experience. Wherever we go from here, I'm grateful to have been a part of it. You and I do not always see eye to eye. But just this once, thank you for hearing me out. I can hear them, but not with my ears. It feels like someone hitting my soul with a tuning fork. For once, I'm going to heed my own advice. Listen to what my heart tells me. Well, here we are on the precipice of discovery. Armed and ready for mischief. We've backed the dream scourge into a corner. I say we pin it down here and now, before it wriggles away from us. You're awake. Finally. We really pushed the phantasmal focus to its limits. The effect should be stronger than before. Brace yourself. Hey, I think I got something. The focus twitched, like a fishing rod. Beautiful. Life into death. To think it survived all these years. Death into life. Interesting. Right before the door opened, I detected something in the Adra. Now, I'm going to tap into the pillar's dormant energy and give it a good shake. Is that a door? Don't be so sure about that. Remember, I'm an animancer, not a locksmith. Hold on to that feeling. We might need it again. You're in good hands, trust me. Actually, I thought your soul had been blasted to 1,000 pieces. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. It's a good thing we got results, because I have no desire to put you through that again. Most of a day. Better drink some water. You, lost some fluids? After you. We've seen godless architecture before, but I have never seen godless art until now. Let's clear the room first. This will require our undivided attention. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. The godless erected many important sites around Pillars of Adra, though I can't speak to their motives. Something very old. The equipment was compensating for a poor connection to the beyond. Here, we won't have that problem. Before we get started, indulge me. What are you excited to learn about? Good. We're on the same page. All right. Drawing on the energy of the phantasmal focus, I'll start with a low-frequency ethereal vibration. We'll get to that and more, I promise. You're thinking like an animancer, and that's a good place to start. Probably not, but that never stopped me before. I've got nothing. You? All right, adjusting the frequency. The focus is warming up. I hope that's a good sign. No, but it should get us results. Shit, if you insist. My intentions exactly. In layman's terms, I'm chumming the water and daring the dream scourge to show its ugly face. Not the result I was looking for, but a result nonetheless. Trap or no trap. I didn't come all this way just to give up. This is no time for hesitation. While you were out, I got some clear readings of the dream scourge. For a second there, I thought... Actually, never mind what I thought. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Now, here goes nothing. Something like that. If there are any monsters left, show yourselves. Some of us have work to do. I hate to say it, but we'll get better results at the base of the pillar, where the energies are more potent. It was right. The dream scourge has a point of origin. We can study the affliction from here, but I don't know that we can stop it. My thoughts exactly. If we want to stop the dream scourge, we still need to learn more about the source of the affliction. Oh dear. How do I explain? We can discuss our feelings later. Right now, I need answers. Imagine tossing a pebble and hoping it flattens a blade of grass on the other side of the world. That's what you're asking, and it won't work. There's an even greater chance we end up like my parents. Sorry, but no. Indeed. Good idea. You're telling me you've never done this before? I guess that means the coast is clear. Brace yourself. We're going to pin this bastard down. That we're on the right track. Let me know if you feel something. Who knows how your godlike nature will react to this? I've tracked its origin to the center of the living lands. Somewhere deep in the untouched wilderness. You've heard of it? Fascinating. Maybe someone knows about this garden of yours. If we find the garden, we can cut off the dream scourge at its source. I hesitate to bring it up, but you were muttering while you were out. Had quite a lot to say. Whatever you were communing with, it had a spiritual energy I've encountered before. Though only in traces. It must be connected to the dream scourge. Perhaps they share a similar origin. Yes, Sapadal. Who are they? What are they to you? I'm sorry? Excuse me? Oh. I'm sorry. What? Sapadal is a god? But that's impossible. How could we have missed this? Trapped. And you spoke to them through the Adra. Maybe that tells us something. You never heard them before? Not even in your childhood? Only when you arrived on these shores? A trapped god. Perhaps. The bars of their prison would be forged of essence, not iron. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We've long theorized that all Adra is connected. But that changed when Animancers came to the living lands. The Adra here is severed from the rest of Eora. Connected only to itself. Or so we believe. Not the Adra itself, but how it comes together. If Sapadal speaks and works through Adra, then the living lands is their prison, their tomb. You could be right, but we have no way of knowing for certain. Not yet, anyway. The real question is, where do I start? Answers will have to wait. Thank you. I've been working on my own for so long that I'm not accustomed to sharing the burden. We'll find the source of the dream scourge in the garden, but we have to find the garden first. Let's return to Fior Mesiverno. Banished or not, maybe I can squeeze a few answers out of my colleagues. We should leave this place and its memories. There's nothing more for us here. I lost you for a second there. Something the matter? Oh no. Let's go. You take the lead. I don't like the sound of that. I'm right behind you. Gods, I don't know. Doesn't ring a bell, but maybe someone's heard of it before. The last time we tried this, you felt something, yes? Maybe it had to do with your godlike nature. Try making contact with the Adra this time. It could only help. We know the dream scourge is coming from this garden of yours. Maybe Sapadal can help us fight it. The godless clearly had some ideas about reincarnation, even if they didn't have a god. I wouldn't count on it. Besides, what good am I to Fior Mesiverno anymore? Just imagine how much has been lost. We should keep moving. I don't mean to slow us down. Can you imagine life without any gods to guide your destiny? Without anyone shepherding you this way and that? Of course I can imagine it, but I'll wager you have a harder time. Let's have a look at the Adra pillar. No need to worry. I'm a professional, remember? Now that is a tall order. Naturally. Indeed. That will be for you to judge. A little divine intervention couldn't hurt. But the dream scourge is the end of animancy. The end of the living lands as we know it. The farms, the community, my research. They all depend on animancy. When you have a moment, could we visit Liviana at her clinic? It's been too long. I'm glad I had the opportunity to catch up with Liviana. She's doing well for herself. You'd be surprised how many creatures come sniffing around here at night. Don't worry. I sleep with one eye open. Awful lot of adherents in Dawnshore these days. No offense. Don't tell anyone what I do for a living. Maybe I should start a fight with the ambassador. Just throw a punch and see what happens. Dawnshore used to be more lively. What's on your mind? I love the coast.
So full of possibilities. People come to these shores looking for a new beginning. Apparently, you're quite popular around here. It should be safer here than inland. For now, at least. I am uneasy in the presence of so many adherents. Don't take this the wrong way, but your friend the ambassador? He's an asshole. Fair warning. People might not like seeing you in the company of an animancer. How do you figure? Your empire threatens the freedom of the living lands and the future of animancy. Well, I don't know what to say. My expertise might not be welcome here. But if you're willing to take the risk, then so am I. If you hadn't noticed, you're the center of attention wherever we go. If you say so. You call what happened at Fior Messiverno disciplined. What else would you call it? No. Forget I asked. I'll do my best not to tarnish your reputation. Let's talk at camp, before I say something I regret in public. Let's talk at camp, where the authorities can't hear us. But don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. I know when to keep a low profile. Anyway, thanks for listening. Just wanted to get that off my chest. Make sure to drink plenty of water and go to sleep at a reasonable hour. I'm watching you. I wonder if these people realize we're at war. Glad to hear it. Indeed, and I'm always right. And why not? Ugh, forget I asked. What is it about authorities? No modesty, no humility, and barely any regard for others. You aren't the one who should apologize, in more ways than one. If he's entitled to be an asshole, then I'm entitled to punch him in the jaw. You could be right. But the taste of boot leather never appealed to me. Must be an Adheran delicacy. They attacked my people. And here we are, waltzing around their occupied territory as if nothing is wrong. And that excuses their behavior? Before you preach the benefits of autocracy, consider what some of us are about to lose. And I am guilty of being too hard on you. Forgive me. I'm a bit of a raw nerve. Gladly. I'm glad we understand each other. Don't beat yourself up. At least I get to observe my enemy in their natural habitat. It's never that easy. That's what I thought. Well, I loathe it. Settlers come to the living lands from every corner of Eora. Many stop in Paradise or venture as far out as Thirdborn. And why not? The city has everything they need. Stability, security, walls, everything but freedom. Hey, don't give me an excuse to use it. None taken. I like it that way. But for your sake, I'll be on my best behavior. That is why the rest of the living lands is populated by the intellectuals, the adventurous, and the criminally insane. Some of us aren't willing to exchange freedom for safety. We accept the frontier as it is. I hear that new goat farm is supposed to be doing quite well. One of them is even named after a certain special someone. Our native breed of goat is a real handful. Their milk is bitter, their mood is sour, and their wool is very scratchy. But it could be worse. At least we have goats. I'm afraid not. For obvious reasons, I don't have many friends in the area. Should I learn anything of interest, you'll be the first to hear about it. Well, technically the second. I heard about what happened to the Claviger. Strange, isn't it? 2 politicians leave town? Only one returns. Not that I'm suggesting anything happened out there. Away from the city, in the wilderness. Is it true you had a relationship with Inquisitor Ludwin? Perhaps not, but still, it's quite a choice on your part. A romantic evening with the Inquisitor? I can't even picture it. Must have been like lying down with a bear trap. This is too much. I think I'm going to be sick. I'm just glad you made it out alive. We've all made mistakes in the past. But you have to admit, this is one for the history books. You're kidding me. You? And her? Leviana says the Paradise militia have been getting into fights with the Steel Garrote. She sees a lot of black eyes and broken bones, and there's no sign of it slowing down. My mother had many friends, but Leviana was one of the few who truly believed in her. Anything in particular? Go on then. I'm listening. So, here we are. The first and last battle for the living lands. Need to talk? I don't blame you. I don't have any more scary stories, but I'm here to talk if you need me. I miss the garden. Maybe I'll find my way back someday. What a mess. We'll be lucky to make it out of here alive. The fighting has to stop. Liviana helped design the phantasmal focus. The interlocking rings were her personal touch. She didn't stay long after the accident. Maybe she took it hard. I don't know. They thought her research was dangerous. From an animancer, that's saying something. They were in love. He would have followed her off a cliff. In many ways he did. No, thank goodness. That's the trouble with animancy. When something goes wrong, you have no one to blame but yourself. Anyway, thanks for listening. She lost 2 of her best friends at the same time. I don't think she was in any condition to take on a daughter. Under the circumstances, I don't blame her. It's possible, but ultimately none of my business. What happened was an accident. She owes me nothing. Out of respect for her, I'm happy to leave it at that. Or, if not happy, content. She always does. Liviana never wanted me to become an animancer. She thought I should abandon my family's work, find another way to grieve. But the Castel does not give up that easily. No matter the cost. You know me. Always ready with an answer. I'll tell you whatever I know. Need a break? Good. So do I. One of these days, we should splurge for a room at an inn. Curious. Are you certain it was you who did the healing? For all we know, it was Sapadal, flinching as you rattled the bars of their cage. Remember, you are a godlike. One of the last, if you believe the rumors. We cannot predict how your physiology or your metaphysical footprint will affect the world around you. And if we cannot predict it, we cannot study it. Maybe it was your patron deity, answering a prayer. But no, I have no idea how you did it. Let me know if you ever figure it out. Might come in handy. Ah, so an obedient type. Say no more. I stand corrected. All right, that's enough detail for one lifetime. Thank you. Of course. Sorry to bring up a sensitive topic. I'll try and keep that to a minimum. I mean, the biting, the pinching, the interrogation. Goodness. There's something sad about an inquisitor hiding their true nature. But I cannot pity her for it. Every day we choose what we are. And every day, she chooses poorly. Does that kind of power appeal to you? Would you lord over this island as the ambassador does? If only the emperor had your sense of restraint. Well, I've kept you as a captive audience long enough. If there's anything else, just let me know. I wouldn't trust anyone who wanted the job. And yet I trust you. What a paradox I've made for myself. You're a lot of things. And many of them are rather impressive. Ruling with a sword instead of a quill. I don't know which is worse. You've seen enough conflict to know it's best avoided. Now that is true power. Dangerous tools in the wrong hands. But you seem more than capable of wielding them. Your survival instincts are as keen as ever, I see. Thank goodness we have Yatsli as the resident historian. You're too modest. Maybe that means you're suited to the job. I wonder if he knows the difference. Can't sleep? Neither can I. I have nothing to say to you, as am I. But the fight will rage on with or without us. The least we can do is bring it to a close, anyway. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? So let's be grateful for today. You've earned a little peace of mind. Metaphysically, the battle is already over. Sapadal is gone, and the Dream Scourge with them. Metaphysically, the battle is already over. Sapadal is free, and the Dream Scourge is gone. But politically, we have a small mess to tidy up. Try praying instead of just hoping. That might work better for you. If the garden didn't kill us, I don't think anything can. I know you speak from experience, but I still hope you're wrong. In times like these, hope is everything. I intend to send a message to the Steel Garrote. And it won't be subtle. I'd rather be an outlaw than live under Adiran rule. Good advice, but I'd rather stay worried. It'll keep me on my toes. Don't stay up too late. Get some rest then. Let me take the first watch. I think that's enough wool gathering for now. Besides, I need to tinker on the phantasmal focus. Make sure it's ready for war. Paradis has seen better days. I suppose we all have. Oh, do you think that might have something to do with it? Hey, you approached me, not the other way around. They burned my city to the ground.
You really think the Living Lands is better off under their control? They attacked my home. You saw for yourself how far they're willing to go. It's one thing for you to step in line with your idiotic countrymen, their bigotry and their intolerance. After I was banished, you were there for me. You gave me a home, a purpose. I thought I knew you. What really gets under my skin is how you betrayed the very people who carried you this entire time. And the envoy I knew wouldn't sell us out to the Steel Garrote. Coward. Answer me one question. What am I to you? That's what I thought. In other words, I'm useful to you. Somehow I think you'd manage. Let's make one thing clear. The siege has got to stop. The fighting needs to end. The Living Lands cannot descend into war. Cut it out. Leave me be. What now? If you truly believe that, then I never knew you at all. Don't apologize. Don't make me feel sorry for your choices. Just go and live with them. We're going into battle for the soul of the Living Lands, rallying under the banners of the Paradise Militia. When a godlike fights in battle, people take note of which side. Your emperor will not be pleased. The adherents will doubt your loyalty. The locals will doubt your commitment. You may even doubt yourself. Since politics invaded my home, political influence is dangerous. If you aren't careful, it can turn against you. This is the first time you were told to pick a side. And I fear it won't be the last. Indeed, all we ask in return is that you do the same for us. This conflict has really pulled you apart. Worse, it's put your soul at risk. Only a little bit. Just enough to keep me up at night. From what I understand, your ambassador is very persuasive, very powerful, and very accustomed to getting his way. When he promises you the world, don't listen. He'll fill your head with lies if you let him. For a politician like him, losing a battle is not a defeat. It's an opportunity. A mercenary to the end. That is an advantage. And we're going to need it. We should prepare. I can't help but feel like time is running out. Well, at least I can say I tried. I'm glad we understand each other. It's good to see you fighting for the misfits and rabble-rousers. Time for you to get some rest. We have a big day ahead of us. What more is there to say? I'm all out of advice. What is it? Let's talk at camp. If we must talk, let's do it in camp. Is it really that obvious? No matter who wins or loses, the Living Lands won't be the same. In my heart, I know that's a good thing. Life is impossible without change. And change can be frightening. I just want to put this behind us. I want it to be over. I've been thinking about the Inquisitor. Formulating a theory, you might say. A death guard clings to their existence by force of will. Stubbornness, unfinished business, that sort of thing. Ludwig is held together by faith. And that may be her undoing. But according to her faith, Sapadal should not exist. A new god independent of hers? Blasphemy. Precisely. By that logic, you shouldn't exist either. And yet here you are. Faith is the foundation of her reality. Faith in the righteousness of the gods. That's my point, exactly. I think you already have. By staying alive, of course. You are the godlike of a heretical god. A contradiction to her reality. Or maybe not. I'm just theorizing as I go. I could be wrong. But I don't think malice alone is enough to sustain a life that should have ended. Who knows? Maybe that uncertainty is enough to make her mortal again. Yes, but she's weaker than she knows. If not in body, then in spirit. It takes something more enriching, I suppose. A personal crusade. Whatever happens, I want to see it for myself. For the research, if only it were that simple. Can you imagine how much she needs you to die? Her entire worldview depends on it. You feel it too? I'm glad it's not just me. Killing you is easy to her. Her problem is doubt, denial. Good evening. In truth, I'm not as worried as I used to be. Feels like we killed death itself. Ludwig is gone. But the terror she spread endures. Wherever Ludwig is now, she must be seething. That was a battle worthy of song. Finally,
She's gone. Fior Messiverno is avenged at last. Ludwig can rot in eternity with her crumpled old ball of a witch god. Your death would be significant. Sad. Like losing an endangered squirrel. You were my friend. Until you gave away my homeland. Don't say I didn't warn you. Against my better judgment, I even hope you survive. I really do. We took our godlike for granted, and now most of them are gone. But I can't stand by and watch you bend the knee to Inquisitor Ludwig. You can do that alone. It's funny. I don't invite hatred into my heart, but I made an exception for Ludwig. I really wanted to kill her. Shame I won't get the chance. Not in this lifetime. Well, look who it is. When I agreed to travel with you, I didn't think I'd find myself at the center of a political upheaval. So imagine my surprise when you gave the Living Lands a chance to unite, to prove itself, and to stand tall before its enemies. And now the Living Lands is dependent on the Empire's generosity. Generosity which can be given and taken away. Now look at us. The very idea of twisting this island into an Adiran colony makes me sick to my stomach. Under a banner of peace, the Adirans occupied Paradise, filled it with their soldiers, masked their true intentions. If you don't think they were responsible for the attack on Fior Messiverno, consider how quickly they turned a blind eye to it. I do not trust them with the Living Lands, and I never will. So that's how I feel about the future. We're free to make our own laws, until our Adiran masters revoke them. We're free to thrive, until our taxes finance your next war, with our people padding the front lines. At the end of the day, I don't trust the Empire to show restraint with the Living Lands. They've done nothing to earn it. We're free until we're not. Eora was better when it had godlikes, and I don't want to lose another one. Some people believe that godlikes were a message from the beyond. Living omens, harbingers of change. Maybe it was all superstition, maybe not. Either way, you can do more for Eora while you're alive than when you're dead. If only more of us could say the same. What's done is done. No point in faking a smile. I know you do. Well, you picked the wrong time to have a change of heart. Granted, it was an uphill climb. The Dream Scourge exposed our weaknesses, our vulnerabilities. But thanks to our struggle, the island finally knows itself. Now we can decide who we want to become. I can't wait to see what we do with that freedom. Agreed. We've fought hard just to defend what's ours. Either way, the challenge is ours. No one can take it from us. The Empire had better learn its lesson. But to answer your question, the future looks bright for a change. I wonder what the Inquisitor wants with these ruins. I'm afraid not. I've spent a little time in Dawnshore, but this place is a mystery to me. It's good to be somewhere different. Somewhere I can build new memories. Need a break from the Dream Scourge? I don't leave Emerald Stair often enough. With everything going on, there's been no time to explore. The Dream Scourge is getting worse. First our land, then our animals. Now our people. Despite everything that's happened, I'm so grateful to be working with Yatsli. Oh, she was incredible. A self-employed researcher working to further her own interests. Answering to no one. The ruins of Naku Kubel predate civilization as we know it. We had so much to learn from them. How much do you really know about Adra? I used to think I had it all figured out. But the Living Lands proved me wrong in so many ways. My city had to burn down before I could take a vacation. Finally, I had a moment to myself. And look what happened. The Steel Garrote invaded the Living Lands. Sorry. I'm in a mood, if you couldn't tell. You're a good listener, as always, but I've taken enough of your time. I'll be fine, really. True, but I need to raise my spirits. Literally and metaphorically. I'll be sure to wave a little red flag next time, so you know to avoid me. Only if you can stand the ramblings of a depressed bookworm. This entire island is the prison of a mad god. How is one animancer supposed to compete with that? All we're missing is the juggling act. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I could never bring myself to kill a god. They're an endangered species, except that time is running out. Maybe I'm being melodramatic, or maybe I'm not used to seeing things clearly. But what if animancy has no future in the Living Lands? What if my entire career was a mistake? What can I say? You caught me at a difficult moment. Beginnings are supposed to be good. So why do I feel like shit all the time? Did I? After what happened to my parents, I always thought the path chose me. If a breakthrough is coming, it'd better hurry. I can't wait forever. Well, I don't have any other plans. Let's talk at camp. If nothing else, it's good to find someone who believes in your work. It's a little early to say for certain, but maybe I haven't completely wasted my time. Well, it's a good thing I'm an expert. On this scale, very unusual. Imagine souls passing through Adra. They die here and they're reborn here, over and over. After so many lifetimes, the Adra grows dense, full of life and wisdom, fear and pain, with nowhere to go. Maybe that's how they started, in their most primordial form. Anyway, it's just a theory. Don't quote me on it. Indeed, crawling with rats. I'm not the first animancer to question her life choices, and I won't be the last. More importantly, she confirmed my suspicion. The living land sits atop a closed system of Adra. It's just that I've never been recognized by someone of high prestige in an academic field. Of course you do. Why else am I tagging along on this merry adventure? As always, you're too kind. I've been thinking, a closed system might explain a few things. Don't tell me you're jealous that someone else is giving me validation. Good, because you have nothing to be jealous about. I'll always remember that you believed in me when no one else did. That's a promise. No offense, Yatsley. The only reason I don't count you is because you're practically family. Such an environment would be rich with essence, messy, but full of potential for something or someone to grow. Not that I'm suggesting the Bragenhill Academy isn't a prestigious institution. I'm flattered. But there's no reason to feel self-conscious, as if that would ever happen. You paint a colorful picture, but yes, exactly like that. A quaint but accurate simplification. That's enough metaphors for one day. Don't be silly. Our divine pantheon includes a frozen cow, a burned old woman, and a cloud of eyeballs. Even the legitimate gods are a mess. She believes you can be loyal to your country or to your nature, but not both. Do you find that unusual? Why is Inquisitor Ludwig suddenly interested in godless ruins? In many ways, Quilici has been like a second father to me. But Yatsley, she's like my dirty aunt who's up to no good. Oh, she's an expert in that field, as long as you don't feed her after midnight. She gets gassy, temperamental, and somehow it's your fault. Not only can she fight, she can hold her liquor. Couldn't even tell you where it goes. While I have your attention, I've been thinking. So, what's on your mind? She's a smart one. I'll give her that. I'll bet she's good at bluffing, too. Helps when you don't have to show your face. Well, I'm glad your past romantic entanglement has put us all in danger. That's what you get for being her student, I suppose. Long-winded monologues. I doubt she could use them against us, but I've been wrong before. When it comes to her, there's never any good news. Not now, but it will. She has a way of making her problems our problems. We should be ready for anything. Something tells me Ludwig isn't finished with us yet. As if the Dream Scourge wasn't enough of a problem, the Adherents are profiting off our misfortune. If we don't put a stop to it, we're looking at the end of the living lands. I keep trying, and the world keeps punishing me for it. Either way, we'll learn the truth soon enough. Even if there's no good news, they haven't come to help us. They're here to exploit our weakness. Agreed. They can no longer hide in the shadow of benevolence. How can anyone expect us to do both? The steel garrote are a weapon. Who do you think wields them? It's too bad. We're fighting for our lives, our souls, and our freedom. I don't know if we can win all three. Let's hope it never comes to that. But when it does, I'll be at your side. We thwarted her in Emerald Stair. Maybe we can do it again. Try not to admire her too much. She is, after all, a monster. You really think so? Maybe it has something to do with my home burning down. It will pass, I'm sure. At least you're honest about it. My apologies for acting cynical, but it feels as if nature, politics, and even the very gods are working against us. I've been better. If you hadn't noticed, I don't appreciate being backed into a corner, but here I am. But the Steel Garrote care nothing for the past. Only the future, as long as it's under their thumb. I'm not saying it was an easy decision, or that you should have acted differently. Perhaps, but for how long? You came all this way and found answers. Future generations will find only questions. The fact remains that we played into our enemy's hands, and what did we get in return? We delayed the inevitable. Better than nothing, I suppose, though not by much. To cut the dream scourge off at the root, and stop it from spreading misery. Perhaps I'm being impatient. I'm holding you to that. Who has time for progress? We need results, and we need them yesterday. Is it that obvious? Maybe there's no right answer to any of this. Maybe all we can do is keep going, leaving chaos in our wake. What does that make us, if not complicit? I just wish the world and its problems would leave us alone, even for a moment. Give us time to focus on our mission. Ourselves. No, I haven't. And yes, I should know better. A good night's rest would fix my head, but can't fix the world we live in. Maybe it's fine if they're both broken. As do I. We both deserve a little peace. And if the world will not give it to us, then we'll just find it in each other. We'll get there eventually. We just need to wade through the bullshit first. Right now we're up to our necks, but it can't keep rising forever. That's what I tell myself anyway. It's nice having some quality time with Yatsli again. Whew, the heat is brutal. How do people live like this? Go on then, distract me. You have something on your mind, and I want to hear all about it. Not bad, among other things. Good answer. Very good. We severed the Adra and Naku Kubel to slow down the Dream Scourge. But at what cost? Adra is a physical manifestation of a metaphysical phenomenon. A mineral that takes our souls from death to rebirth. That would be putting it lightly. The souls of the dead who go looking for a passage to the beyond will have nowhere to go. They'll be lost in darkness. Some will find their way to an Adra pillar, far from Shatterscarp. But others could wander this land for centuries. A watcher, maybe. It's a shame we haven't got one. Still, I wish we had better options. That's too cynical. Even for me. Possibly. Probably. Eventually. Whenever I'm reminded of how big this island really is, it makes my problems feel smaller. I hope Quilichi is all right. This climate does not agree with me. At least it's a dry heat. The Animancers will be happy here. I have a good feeling. You might not like what I have to say. These people have weathered the crisis better than mine did. Did you see the skeleton by the entrance? I want one. Wherever we find godless ruins, we find answers. Do you think Sapadal knows we're here? So cold. I never thought I would miss the desert. We shouldn't be here. Whose idea was this? We bring our culture to the living lands. The evidence is all around us. Don't mind me. I'm just taking it all in. Kai knows the area better than I do. We should invite Yatsli to join us. She'd be useful here. Forgive me. I keep thinking of home. Keep a wary eye. I dislike this place. Careful. Ringgrim will use our fears against us. While I have your ear, can I ask you one more question? Something about Inquisitor Ludwig has been getting to me. She seemed eager to distinguish your Adiran loyalty from your nature as a godlike, as though the two are incompatible. None taken. We'll talk another time. Much appreciated. Can we talk a moment? I wanted to pick your brain about Shatterscarp. I suppose you're right. Maybe that's the point of our little campfire chats. Get some rest. You deserve a nap. For that matter, so do I. Anyway, that just had me thinking. Could be nothing. Or could be something. Time will tell. When you rejected Ludwig's offer, she wasn't surprised. As though she saw it coming. When you agreed to destroy the ruins, Ludwig was surprised. As though she didn't believe you would do the right thing. Indeed, it does. To be sure. I've bothered you enough for one day. Let's talk later if you want. Truthfully, I don't know. I've got this idea, but it's stuck and won't come loose. You know where to find me. It's just... But what about you? Her kinsman. Ludwig clearly respects you. But I don't believe she trusts you. Maybe she never has. Katoa and Hayako. An interesting pair. They were trying to protect their community. From your people, no less. And you killed them. Despite their clumsy methods, they were just defending their community. I'm grateful that you showed restraint. I only bring it up because people are growing wary of your empire. With good reason. Anyway, just wanted to get that off my chest. When I joined you, I thought we'd be exploring the intersection of the physical and the spiritual, not bickering over sulfur. Thanks to you, Thirdborn will have all the ammunition they need to defend themselves. In theory. Yet here we are. Without those mines, Thirdborn has no gunpowder. They lost an advantage when they needed it most. Was it? You didn't think, period. Don't make this about me. That's worth a slap on the wrist. Not a death sentence. Just don't give them an excuse to take their anger out on us. When they take their anger out on you, don't judge them too harshly. We all make mistakes. That is more understanding than most of your countrymen. That's nature for you. Weeding out the reckless from the herd. They have a second chance, which is more than most get. At the end of the day, bullets are of limited use against the Dream Scourge. Agreed. What matters is it's theirs, and will remain so. Point taken. And it'll take more than gunpowder to wrest the living lands out of your empire's clutches. Still, maybe a little gunpowder is better than none at all. I would hope you see us as more than potential enemies. I'll have to take your word for it. I have little interest in matters of war. Perhaps, but this is no time to be fighting with one hand tied behind your back. Anyway, what do I know? I'm an animancer, not a strategist. Not that I'm overlooking her arrogance or her disdain for the lives of others. What inspires me is her persistence. Try as we might to help others, we won't always succeed. Even the dead can suffer the consequences of our actions. We think of grief as a burden, as something to be conquered. After a while, it gets to be so familiar. It's almost a source of comfort. Nice piece of woodwork. We should show it to Kai. A soldier's badge. Kai might like to see it. Don't forget that piece of woodwork. It seemed significant somehow. A memorial for a lost soldier. Sadly not uncommon. What can I say? I do my best work under pressure. No one wanted to join me in exile. Can't say I blame them. The time for subtlety had passed. Believe me, I tried. Animancy is many things to many people. A tool, a philosophy, a lens to see the world from a different angle. But it isn't for everyone. Animancers are always called upon to defend ourselves, persecuted and criticized, when all we want is to be left alone. It was one isolated incident. What a waste of potential. We have gotten a bit involved in nature. Perhaps nature is responding in kind. Thank you for saying what so often goes unsaid. The Steel Garrote are born of madness and intolerance. Nothing more. Not to mention willfully obtuse. Thank you, Kai. The circumstances could be better, but it helps to be among friends. No. She was a traitor who gave up on the dream of Fior. You have your point of view, and I have mine. They lash out like cornered animals, giving the Steel Garrote a reason to fight back. Not that they need a reason. This plague is tearing everything apart at the seams. Healing may take years, if not generations. The cartographer must be around here somewhere. Look around. The cartographer can't have gone far. Keep your eyes out for the cartographer. Breathe, Marius. Steady yourself. Your mind and soul are fragile. Now more than ever. I think we both know better than that, Marius. It appears to be locked, somehow. Marius would know how to get inside. We're doing important work, Marius. Together. We're going to face this together. Even if I have to hold your hand the entire time. You came to Emerald Stair looking for answers. And now we're leaving with more questions. How do we fight the Dream Scourge? What can we do about Sapadal? And where is the garden? Not to mention, why the Steel Garrote burned my fucking home to the ground. Not to mention why the Steel Garrote attacked my fucking home. Who cares what she believes? What right have the dead to judge the living? I will not forget Fior Messiverno. Everything it was, and everything it could have been. And I will never forgive. Never. You're not the one who should be apologizing. We were lucky this time.
My people will be on high alert, but that doesn't mean we're safe. Exactly. They claim to bring peace and order, but at what cost? Everything we learned in Naku Tadek points us to the garden. Thirdborn is just a stepping stone. Whatever the garden is or isn't, it's our only lead. We find the garden, we find the dream scourge. But we don't know anything about the garden. It could be a myth or a metaphor. This is so exciting. Yatsli is a master of the unknown and the unknowable. No mystery eludes her for long. Clearly your link to Sapadal isn't as strong as it was in Naku Tadek. But I'll take it over nothing. If there is a path to the garden, Yatsli can lead us to it. I'd follow her anywhere. Whatever Sapadal tells us will be filtered through a lot of metaphysical noise, but it couldn't hurt to try. Just me, then. Really? No one else has a question for the god of the living lands? Fascinating. Good thinking. We don't want to push the limits of your spiritual endurance. Ask for directions. Why didn't I think of that? Kai, that's brilliant. Sapadal? It's Giatta. Giatta Castel. If you're listening, could you please tell us more about the garden? Did you get anything? What? No. They must have confused me with someone else. In other words, nothing we didn't already know. Well, at least we tried. I'm glad you think so. Because right now you're the only Adiran whose opinion matters to me. The Steel Garrote are hunting anyone who doesn't conform to their vision of the living lands. Our freedom is on the line. Did we? Get some rest. Sleep is good for the soul. I wanted to say, for all of its imperfections, Fiorme Siverno deserves a second chance. Thanks to you, it has one. I won't forget it. Maybe this doesn't need to be said, but I don't blame you for what happened to Fiorme Siverno. I just wanted you to know. Then we had better prepare to fight back, indeed. And deep roots waiting to be unearthed. Agreed. Someone is making light of my very serious question. I'll get the bastards who did this. One way or another, I'll make them pay. You aren't responsible for the sins of the Steel Garrote. No need to question it anymore. They've made their intentions clear. You think Fiorme Siverno was doomed either way. After everything we've been through, I understand. Believe me, I couldn't care less what they think. Not before we answered to her, but my people deserved a chance to fight for their lives. And the Steel Garrote took it from us. Think on that. Just to be safe, we should remain vigilant. Sleep in shifts. Look after each other. Rest while you can. Our enemies are organized, but so are we. Fiorme Siverno will haunt my dreams. Of this I'm certain. I have a theory about the garden. Or a warning, depending on how you want to look at it. Remember, we're stepping into a realm that is both physical and spiritual in nature. If you can call it nature. There's no telling how long we'll be gone. For all we know, time could run backwards in the garden. Please, be honest with us, Marius. Are you going to be all right? About that, sanity won't get us through the garden. Madness opens the mind to discovery. So madness is what we need right now. Before we go any further, I have to ask you something. You told the Inquisitor that you intend to free Sapadal. Set them loose upon the world. Is that still the plan? You told the Inquisitor that you intend to kill Sapadal. Is that still the plan? Glad to hear it. She practically had a knife to your throat. A promise made in terror is not one worth keeping. You're not the only one. Everyone deserves freedom. You're as unpredictable as ever. Not that I disapprove, no matter what the Inquisitor said. I don't believe there's a right or wrong choice to make here. Just the one you believe in. Fair enough. We do what we must for the sake of survival. If only it were that simple. You're not going into the garden without me. I have to see this with my own eyes. Am I the only one who's looking forward to the garden? We're pioneers, stepping into the great unknown. A land of mystery. Death is always certain. It's only a question of timing. Of course we're frightened. But when has that ever stopped us? Can you imagine? An untouched spiritual wilderness just waiting for us. Sapadal is responsible for the spiritual health of the living lands, and the island has suffered for it. For once, I'm all out of ideas. Anyone else? If mortals can change their environment, so can a god. Just one. In that case, say no more. Good. Who said it has to be? Putting an end to Sapadal's imprisonment, one way or another. Yatsli,
If you feel like running back to Quilici, now would be the time. No one would think less of you. Agreed. I'm not waiting in camp while the rest of you have all the fun. Hope to see you out there, Marius. Sapadal has been imprisoned a long time. The garden will be a reflection of their dreams, their nightmares, their madness. That's the spirit. And funny you should mention it. Civilization, as we know it, hasn't existed in the living lands for very long. We need to preserve what history we have. Enough talking in circles. Let's save our strength for the garden. I, for one, could use a long rest. And I'm betting the envoy could too. Crazy is one word for it. You really think you can just burn down someone's ancestral home? What gives you the authority to decide the fate of an entire settlement? That fits the steel garrote, but not you. First Fior, and now this. Destruction follows in our wake, but we aren't doing anything to stop it. That's what Adir wants. For us to stop worrying about our own destiny and leave it in their hands. We can start by thinking about our decisions before making them. Well, as long as you're comfortable. This is Sapadal's doing. I'm certain of it. No power in Aora could transport us so quickly, or so far. Doubtful. While they were in chains, so too was their power. For once, I wish I wasn't. People seem to be gathering west of here. Whatever's happening, let's be a part of it. Then we had better keep Sapadal calm, starting with a ceasefire. There is no right way to feel. Though it may seem illogical, you are allowed to experience grief and relief at once. Who knows if the garden affected time or merely our perception of time? Assuming there's even a difference. I think I see Elia as well. What a strange reunion this will be. That must have taken an incredible power, beyond all mortal understanding. How do you feel? The same, unfortunately. Though I will rally my spirits. Whatever happened back there, it appears our work isn't finished yet. Glad it's not just me. Unfortunately, we don't have time to recuperate. Very funny. At least your sense of humor is intact. What happened to the living land started long ago. And we're going to finish it. We'll have time for that later. Assuming there is a later. After all this time, they're free. And the living land is free to heal. I can't believe Sapadal is gone. For better or worse, the spiritual health of the living lands depended on them. What now? It's paradise. But what happened here? But will she do the same? I think not. Violence may be inevitable. We're all competing for the same thing. A place we barely understand, with no guarantees of what we'll find there. I hate to be the voice of reason, but we are talking about a god. There are limits to what we can even comprehend. What's on your mind, Marius? What bothers you so? Be gentle with him. Or if not gentle, understanding. We won't get far unless we look after each other. Now's your chance. I'll say this much for the Inquisitor. She's stubborn, like a rat. Most, but not all. You've learned a lot since then, and owe her nothing. Indeed, and death is her strength and her weakness, and I plan on hunting her like a rat. We've thwarted her twice now, but she keeps burrowing deeper into the living lands, and we gave her everything she wanted. Still, I am determined to reach the garden. Above all else. Kai, let's be honest. None of us are walking away from this with a clean conscience. Agreed. If the gods cared enough to intervene, they would have. No, we're on our own. We stand here bickering while the solution is just over the horizon. Nothing matters but the garden. Shatterscarp, even Emerald Stair. They're distractions by comparison. What is the alternative? That we allow the dream scourge to spread unchecked? You saw what she did to my home. Inquisitor Ludwine made her intentions clear. To destroy any evidence of Sapadal and subdue the living lands. We can't afford to give her a single victory, Kai. Even if it hurts. What does that have to do with anything? Does citizenship cloud one's judgment? That's her life's work you're talking about. Maybe it's nothing to you, but it's everything to us. I hate to say it, Yatsli, but we're not changing anyone's mind today. Let's talk later. Just the two of us. Yatsli has a right to be concerned. You have a conflict of interest, and it's becoming our problem. You saw what she tried to do to my home. Do you think she'll be merciful to yours? But unless someone makes the tough decisions, the dream scourge will kill us all. Or worse, that means living with our nightmares. embracing them if we must. You pay your taxes to Adir, but we both know your soul belongs to the living lands. Goodness, we're feeling very honest today, aren't we? Yatsli, that's my surrogate father you're talking about? Spare my imagination, if you please. The envoy has history with these people. A change of heart doesn't happen overnight. You two are adorable, you know that? That old chestnut gets more interesting every time she tells it. Few can bear the mental and spiritual strain of an awakening. As often as not, it leads to madness. That's why I'm here, remember? The resemblance is uncanny. He'll understand. Your happiness and fulfillment are everything to him. You don't have to be an animancer to enjoy the pleasure of their company. Are you joking? He's my mentor. Not to mention 1,000 years old. As if you need an archmage for that. You could rule the world with a smile. Governor Yatsli. I like the sound of that. So many at once. I'll explore ancient ruins any day, but mines... no thank you. You don't really need an animancer for this, do you? I'd only get in your way. There's no forgiving what happened to Fior Messiverno. Remember that if you see any steel garrote. I never thought I'd say this, but I miss the farms. The steel garrote did this. You can tell because the cowards ran away. It's getting hot in here. Mind if we get going? Immediately? Not that you asked for my opinion, but I'm glad you're in charge. This is all a bit much for me. Wonderful. Looks like we're not going back the way we came. Another godlike. Could he have been like you? Another disciple of your imprisoned god? These ruins look as old as Naku Tadek. Older even. I don't understand. Is there not room for them in the city? Soldiers by the watchtower. Take care. Sometimes death is the only treatment. We usually bring our dead to Naku Tadek. But for you, I'll make an exception. So this is what happened to Estelle. Poor thing. People have been known to disappear around these parts. I have no wish to join them. What brings the dead all the way out here? Even the dead can't survive on their own. I wonder where this one was going. So this is where they wandered off to. These farms used to be so full of life. The watchtower is a good spot for getting a little private time with your sweetheart. Not that I would know. I'll say this for the godless. They built to last. These sinkholes are a recent development. The land itself is rejecting us. You can find all sorts of unusual machines in these ruins. We should have a look. No swimming, and no drinking for that matter. What a fine creature. Better to leave it alone. I thought I had explored all of Emerald Stair, but this is new to me. I have a terrible feeling about this. I know that smell. Zorips. Feeling up to a little treasure hunting? Because I certainly am. As a child, I was told to stay away from this place. Finders keepers. Smells like death. But not in a good way. Keep your distance. Those mushrooms are ready to blow. They've come for the meteorite. I knew that stone was more trouble than it's worth. I'm going to miss this place. What a mess. This stuff is growing everywhere. An invasive species like none I've ever seen. Naku Tadek is a place of spiritual power. We're sure to find the answers we seek. The godless built around Adra pillars. Maybe they've felt a deeper connection to the spirit world. Good question. It means ancient soil. Naku Tadek was old when these lands were young. My friend Yatsli is a scholar of the godless. She could tell us more. The queen! Kill the queen and the rest will follow. The high ground is peaceful. Anything we build lower is subject to the whims of nature. The Sky Mother is the patroness of creativity and invention, a popular goddess in these parts. I'm not afraid of heights, but I am afraid of death, and therefore heights. The beacons are lit. Good. At least someone warned the city. I think that's Maxim Vidaro, the governor's father. He's been missing, gods, 10 years now? What a terrible loss of life. And for what? At least the beacons are lit. I always knew this could happen, but never in my time. Thank you. I feel better already. In an emergency, we're supposed to rally at the abandoned farms, northeast of here. They were going to attack the city. Unbelievable. We stopped them. Bought ourselves time. That's what matters. This makes me remember Fior's workshop. The fighting, the crying, the explosions. Better times. You see what I mean? Nature is always trying to get in our way. Ugh, my head. Can't you feel it?
like buzzing insects. We deserve a parade, but I'll settle for a drink on the house. I wouldn't touch that water, much less drink it. Looks like this place was abandoned recently. Now that is an impressive piece of engineering. I wonder if it can see beyond the stars. I want to collect a sample of that Adra, but maybe it's better left alone. We're not going down there. Please tell me we're not going down there. Good enough to swim, maybe not good enough to drink. And a very large set of footprints. I'm no tracker, but these look like wagon tracks heading due east. You see that red tree? I'm pretty sure it has some medicinal properties that might come in handy. That Lorraine has a one-track mind. Looks deep enough to swim under the tower. You go first. No way of reaching the vines from here. We'll have to find a way across. See up there? Those vines are blocking the flow of water. These tracks lead off the main road. Might as well see where they go. What happened here? Let's have a look. Whatever's down here had better be worth it. Another once mighty settlement goes up in flames. For better or worse, you are a catalyst of change. That must be a heavy burden. Ah, yes. What was that phrase again? Of all the treasures to which one aspires, none greater than those wrought of sweat and fires. Bugs. Always bugs. Disgusting, but fascinating. Abandoned by the look of it. So close, but yet so far. Never thought I'd miss Emerald Stair. Let us hope the volcano sleeps, or this'll be a short journey. Looks more like a prison to me. Gods, what happened here? This must have been a prosperous farm. Now look at it, corrupted by the dream scourge. Ugh, I'll never get used to this. Well, at least the gods haven't abandoned this place. Such destruction. If Sapadal can do this from prison, what are they capable of once free? I suppose we'll find out. Looks like a dead end. That's it. The heart of the garden. Sapadal's cage. Shit. That's it. From now on, I pray to no god. Look at that thing move. I wish there was time to study it before it kills us. No one was left to clean up the battlefield. Now it's just a time-forgotten ruin. I should have brought my sketchbook. Sapadal's prison, I think. What else could it be? Time to shut it down forever. Absolutely not. I don't see a better way down. You first. I'll be right behind you. We survived. Somehow. If you don't mind, I need to catch my breath. Have you got a death wish? I almost lost my head back there. I'm rooting for the skeletons. Careful with that thing. It has a mind of its own. Tane was here? As in Tane's chaotic orb? I always thought he was a myth. Oh, I stand corrected. Gods. Just imagine what an animancer could accomplish here. It reminds me of the phantasmal focus. But more. So much more. So, this is how you imprison a god. Present company excluded, of course. I recognize this. It belongs to Tama. I wonder what this is doing here. That looks like a library. I wonder if Yatsley would be interested. I did not bring us here to explore, but clearly something wants to be found. Something big came through here. Long ago. Oh my god! No! I wonder, did you open the door? Or did the door open for you? I wish you could have met them. They would have liked you. What in the name of Aora is that? I can start that generator for you. Just say the word. Incredible. These ruins are untouched. We are the first to disturb them. When was the last time anyone walked these passages? It must have been centuries. No, millennia. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll talk more once we reach the bottom. I've never seen anything like it before. I don't believe it's a statue. No, this was alive once. And the people who lived here were terrified of it. I would not go swimming if I were you. Unless you wish to meet your maker. There must be a way across. If not underwater, perhaps over it. With the help of some ice. Watch your head. There's a trap right above it. We're going to die down here, aren't we? Well, I had a good run. Looks like quite a party. Let's break it up. There is such a thing as learning too much. The mortal mind can only take so many revelations at a time. I can't believe this. I hope everyone is all right. There's the city. Look! They made it out! Oh, thank the gods. Thank the gods. These people are looking for leadership. A sense of direction. We should find Quilici. How did they even get down here? Clever things must have their own secret entrance. I'll say it, I'm impressed. What we discovered here, it changes everything. What you smell is the workshop going up in flames. Our books, our chemicals, our machines. All things considered, Fior Mesiverno looks undamaged. Surprising when you consider the state of our defenses. Many of those inventions were originals from the Valian republics. One of a kind, irreplaceable. I don't know why I'm dwelling on that. We lost more than our work. Whoever started this fight didn't come prepared to finish it. I will be happy to oblige them. Animancers know how to plan for an emergency. But we've never seen one like this. My people settled these lands in the name of freedom. It took 50 years, but our oppressors caught up to us. If anything happened to Quilici, I don't know what I'd do. I hate living in interesting times. What's left of it? Gods, who could do this to us? Who could burn us out like rats and call it a victory? Thank goodness. It's good to see home again. If only for a moment. I don't know how we recover. Our past is in those flames. Our history. Everything we are. Soon the Rangers will strengthen their defenses. They'll hunt down anyone behind the attack. I almost pity them. I needed that. I needed to see them so badly. It felt like I couldn't breathe. Someone made a dangerous enemy today. Motherfuckers. Whatever this is, at least it's dead. 2 points for the godless. None for the abominations. Leave some for those in need. Look out! That corpse, I assume, is Hilak. No surprises there. We'll have to find another way inside. Maybe if we sneak around back, we can get our hands on the banner. Keep your wits about you. We aren't alone here. Try not to make a sound. They won't see us coming. Doesn't look like they want any company. See that banner? There must be another way to reach it. I don't like this, but might as well keep going. This has seen better days. This was animancy equipment. Someone was experimenting with forces they didn't understand. So much Adra. When this is through, I'm coming back here with my equipment. I hate to see what's become of the temple. My people respect Helia. Cherish her. Ugh, mud in my boots. Just what I need. It may not be easy on the eyes, but a swamp is a healthy, thriving ecosystem. Just try not to breathe. Drawbridges and high walls are no defense against the dream scourge. This keep is full of old memories. Let's make some better ones. Another godlike. Not as handsome as you, but still easy on the eyes. Another godlike. Not as pretty as you, but still easy on the eyes. Another godlike. Not as fetching as you, but still easy on the eyes. People say Wodeka is the goddess of law, but all I've seen is intolerance. Abidon, patron god of smiths and forges. Animancers respect him. Minerals fear him. You do the talking. I'm out of my element. You're telling me they made all of this without animancy? Don't forget the plants and animals. Their souls depend on us as well. No hesitation. No mercy. No regrets. I knew what I signed up for. Sometimes you have to make a mess to clean a mess. And this is certainly a mess. We can't allow the steel garrote to reach the garden. You are meant to go there, and we are meant to take you. It would have to be underground. A secret tunnel, perhaps. Ludwig must have an informant. There's no other way. There's no obvious path from Solace. Doubtful. After their defeat in Emerald Stair, all they can do is gather their strength. At best, what do we have here? Pargrunin books and documents. Some of them quite old. The steel garrote left in a hurry. Either they were 2 steps ahead of us, or running for their lives. Then what is a closely guarded secret doing in a steel garrote encampment? Not to pay her a compliment, but the Inquisitor is too subtle for that. They would have to be mad. But then again, we're talking about the people who burned my city. Anything is possible. What if Solace Keep hides another path to the garden? But what's the connection? Don't despair. The steel garrote seldom hide their intentions. I don't believe the Keep is what they're after. Look at these books. They want the garden. Someone was researching the garden.